Oh, it steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming through from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an 8 around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I have to remind you guys, this is a very important day here for all of our teams participating in our final Super Weekend. This is the last one we have until we have the finals kicking off next week. So it's your last chance to get some extra money, $1,000 per chicken dinner, and of course the points you need to maintain yourself a position into our top 16. Though there's only a few teams I'm really talking about when I mention that. But speaking of mentioning people, Kalaris and Maxman, I heard if I say your name once, then you guys get magically summoned into the studio. I wish I had that power with a lot of things in life, to be honest, because I'd probably be extremely rich. But you know, at least I'm rich in friendship. Hey, guys.
Hey, I feel like the weak version of Beetlejuice. You just have to say it once and we'll appear at one point. So I guess that's how it's going to work out. But yeah, last day of the Super Weekend here to see how things are going to be working out and panning out, potentially going into the final. So I'm extremely hyped for today, Jason.
Yeah, you're right. I'm a bit concerned here. Only once. I think you're undervaluing what we're bringing to the show here, Jason. But yeah, I'm excited for today to round things out before we get to that final two.
Well, I am scared if I say your name multiple times, 3 times in a row. Is it going to be Beetlejuice or is it going to be Bloody Mary? I don't know. But one thing I do know is we're going to take a look at the overall standings at the moment and see which teams are currently placed where, as we do have one team breaking through into our top 8 with only 2 Super Weekends played. It's Unicorns of Love, and they still have yet to finish out their second Super Weekend.
Yeah, really strong performance from Unicorns of Love. Of course, we talked about how the team synergy has been working in general, how we didn't want to be just GK first, potentially being the one carrying, like we saw in PMPL Season 1. They started off pretty roughly at the start of this PMPL. I think we can all agree on that one, not making it in the first Super Weekend, but they definitely built a lot more synergy and trust, it feels like. Sometimes GK first will go for a push with Rollkiss, and that type of synergy is what we expect from a team like this. And I'm happy to see Ekalaris that they got a lot more prepared now, seeming to go into the finals. So in the finals, it's a completely new game. They could be first at the end of that one.
And I'm happy to see that they're currently #1 in this Super Weekend. You know, maybe just be 3 points ahead of Game Law, despite Game Law getting themselves 4 chicken dinners. But you know what? My predictions pay off, Jason. They're going to win the Super Weekend. Even though they're only 3 points ahead right now, they're still going to win it. And it's going to be glorious.
I mean, let's be honest. Game Lord, can you expect another back-to-back chicken dinner today? I would hope not, because that would mean 6 chicken dinners in one Super Weekend. But then would get me obviously a lot closer to my prediction game, which is looking all but pretty much over. But speaking of like leading the way through the Super Weekend, LMV, Week 2, they were looking phenomenal. Week 3, I feel like they've kind of just been lackluster.
I have the impression of what we've seen in the last Super Weekend here is teams playing a lot more central, and LMV is not a central position team. They like to get strong positions under control, but they like to play more on the edge side of things from time to time. So seeming teams are a lot more aggressive from time to time. It does hurt LMV's overall performance in the Super Weekend, but hitting the finals, once again, it's a completely different new game, so we'll see how that works out for them. But the one team I'm especially intrigued with, and we talked a lot about them yesterday, Kalaris, right, is Chazmac Gaming jumping up in 12th position, was their best Super Weekend so far. My question is now, was MZ being the IGL, can they retain some of that consistency in the finals? I definitely hope so for the French team.
Yeah, things have definitely been refined down for them a little bit more here. The problem that I see for Chazmac Gaming is that we sort of came in hoping that this would be their form to begin with, and it wasn't. We kind of like came in with high expectations. We had that dip, and now we're maybe back towards those high expectations. But I mean, still, I think there's even more this team needs to give here before they're going to be challenging the top dogs. But yeah, yesterday was a step in the right direction for them for sure.
One thing I will say, though, on that note, Kalaris, is that the finals is just a couple of days, right? It's a sprint. It's not a marathon. If Chazmac can replicate the performance they've had, you know, in their peak here within PMPL Season 2, they actually could potentially pull it off. But I agree. They're not looking like a team who could take the top and obviously be able to combat against the other teams when they get into their European Regional Championship. But as we move on from here, though, Unicorns of Love. Again, this is an interesting team who, again, 2 Super Weekends in, only 25 matches played. They're starting to catch up to a lot of the big dogs out there and really proving their strength. But how many points are they behind other teams? That's going to be my question as we're going to jump into a projection. I don't know what you want to call it, Max.
There's a slight projection. So what we're doing with this graphic here is we're going to be able to see soon once we finish looking over these highlights.
I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. I'm just excited to get the underway.
Yeah, we'll be able to chat, of course, about Unicorns of Love, but you can see here, especially going over the highlights, Unicorns of Love sometimes been a little bit disjointed, just like Chazmak going into the finals. There's still a few things to be potentially ironed out, but at the end of the day, this is still looking like a Veggie level threat team. There you go, Jason. I did it once a day. We'll say we'll do it at one point, and I'm especially intrigued to see how they're going to be performing. Not only there, but you just need to be potentially top 5 in the finals to go into the EMEA Regional Championship. Are they ready for that level of play? We saw it was a little bit of a struggle, EMEA Regional Championship Season 1. This second season, I expect them to be a lot more prepared for an event of that caliber.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think you're completely right here. And, you know, I think one thing we can't forget, as I mentioned before, Callars, is again, it's just a few matches. It's just like a portion of the amount of play throughout the entire season. And we saw what happened in PMGC last year with 4 Angry Men who dominated the league stage, and then you had Nova when it came to the actual finals. By the way, spoiler alert, if anyone out there hasn't seen it yet.
Go watch it, maybe now.
It depends on maybe your style. You know, maybe you're a team who likes to just rack up points in a short form, and that can work in your favor, but it's also very risky that if you're not on point that, you know, one day, then you're basically out of the entire event.
That's why sometimes you have to probably treat some of the Super Weekends as their own short-form tournaments, right? Because that then really kind of puts you in the right mindset for that kind of final. But look where we've arrived, Jason. We've arrived just for you.
Oh, I'm so happy, Max. But you get to explain this, though.
Okay, so how will things work out here? We are going to project what teams could potentially win throughout this third and final day of this Super Weekend. So we're going to be following the average, applying it to 5 games, and see where these teams are currently positioned. Unicorns of Love, if they follow the average, they could win a total of 56 points. But if you want to see them even potentially high up in the rankings, they will need to get to 367 points to overtake 4 Romanian Boys. Top 3 is, I would say here, clearly Calaris out of the question. I don't expect them to catch up to Big, Eastern Stars, Game Lord. That's a little bit too late for that to happen. But for them to catch up to 4 Romanian Boys, they would need a total of 88 points. That is 17.6 point average every single game. It's possible. It's very hard to execute, though, but there is a small chance that we might see Unicorns of Love not only overtake LMV, and also Exquisite Decode UK, but 4 Romanian Boys in the way if they have their best day so far.
I mean, it gets even more tricky considering what 4 Romanian Boys was able to put up yesterday, right? Like, you're looking at the 41 points as kind of the average projection and whatnot, but 4 Romanian Boys looked great yesterday. And actually, like, getting themselves into top positions, I feel like they could have got themselves even more points had they evaluated maybe the situation a little bit, for a little bit longer, maybe a minute or two, like in the Miramar game where they're trying to dispatch of Game Lord, but it doesn't quite exactly go there. Like, small things like this, if 4 Romanian Boys actually kind of crisps things out across those kind of moments, I think they could be getting even more points than they're projected here today.
Okay, well, let's actually close our eyes here and do a little exercise between us, right? I'm going to watch you two. I expect both your eyes to be closed. And I want you to ask yourself, what if? What if Max Spam was the blesser and Calaris was the cursor? What would the world be like?
I think even Doctor Strange didn't see like one alternate universe like that. Like that does not exist.
I don't need a multiverse of Max Mans who are just cursing their universe like crazy. But also, I could ask you, what if Unicorns of Love did play in the first Super Weekend? What if they qualified? Where would they potentially be overall in our standings? And luckily for us, we have that power. We have our own Doctor Strange. It's Max Man Strange. As we see here, Unicorns of Love. I don't know why that.
I don't know why. Okay, I will go with the Maxman Strange. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, Unicorns of Love, if they did in fact play the very first Super Weekend that they missed out upon, and they hit the similar point average to what they had so far throughout all Super Weekends, they would have a total of 446 points and would currently, at this point in time, be standing in first place, which, once again, heading into the finals, if they remain at this kind of level of play, Game Lord, Eastern Stars, Team Big, there's really no issue in mind when you think about them overtaking those positions. And even when it comes to PMGC, them still performing this well, Unicorns of Love are going to be a little bit of a threat to Eastern Stars in the race to PMGC.
Yeah, it's a shame they were a bit rubbish in that first week, wasn't it? But yeah, as you say, like, this is where they could be. And I think that for Unicorns of Love, it almost might be a bit of a blessing in disguise to have had that rougher week. Why do I say that? Well, you know, a team like this, there's big names there. There's probably, you know, big, you know, kind of expectations around themselves in their heads. Then to be kind of kicked down into the dirt a little bit probably gave them a bit of a wake-up call. It's like, okay, yeah, like other players are good. Other teams are good around us. Let's rise back to where we should be. And they did do that quite solidly. And then going into the final, I think they're probably going to go in with that same mentality. So I'm feeling good for Unicorns of Love.
I don't know about you, Claris, but my favorite way to wake up is actually being kicked into the ground. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. I do want to say this, though, about this graphic you guys are seeing, is obviously you can't predict down to T exactly what they would have had. And all the other points that we're seeing on the leaderboard would shift as well, because Unicorns of Love, if they were playing, then they're absorbing points that Game Lord would have had, or Eastern Stars would have had, etc. So this 14-point difference you're seeing between first and second place, I feel like actually would be a larger gap, assuming Unicorns of Love, like you said, Max, were able to play at that same kind of performance level, which, again, honestly, for this team, I don't think we've seen really their peak yet. So the current average points per game, it actually could even be higher than what we're seeing so far, because they've just been improving week in and week out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is all theoretical, right? This is a what-if alternate universe. We'll see how it works out. Of course, heading into the finals, if they can retain that kind of form. But yeah, I think that we could potentially expect more from Unicorns of Love. We said also same for Chazamac Gaming. Teams are slowly and surely improving. They still got today to potentially improve. Then there's a 4-day break. They can go back, watch some VODs, get even more prepared for the finals, because you're not going to have the changing lobbies all the time like we had in the league play. This is a set lobby of 16 teams. Rotation, drop path, those should be down to a T right now. So I'm expecting either better performances from hopefully all the teams heading into the finals.
Well, speaking of drop locations and rotations, why don't we check in with Unicorns of Love and learn a little bit more about where they like to play from in a little segment we like to call My Area. So it's time to check in with XT from Unicorns of Love about his area that they like to play in when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So to start things off on Erangel, what is... Actually, no, forget Erangel. In general, when it comes to any map you're playing here, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, what's your favorite drop zone and why?
My favorite area of all maps is from Miramar, the Valle del Mar drop. So the reason of that is that we have the control of the main highways, you can say, up to north and towards the east. And there's no big cities around where teams is dropping in EU West, so it's kind of a free area for us, free to rotate, free to do anything we want, to split, to take control, to do whatever we want in the area. And that is, I would say, one of the points where one of the reasons why we are getting so many points in Miramar last season.
Is there any disadvantages to this place that you drop?
Of course, it has its disadvantages. One of them is if the playing path is really north, you don't have a lot of time to go there, especially in this setting where you have really fast zone 1. So sometimes you have to adapt yourself. You have to go to your second drop spot, or you have to think, can I just loot a little shorter, or do I have to take a longer blue zone?
Okay, well then let's make this a little bit easier then. Top 3 drop spots in Erangel. What's your 3 favorite?
So top 3 spots of Erangel for me are Novo, Drogopol, and Pachinki.
Okay, least favorite?
Least favorite? I would say Military Island. The military base.
Okay. What's your favorite 3 in Miramar?
I'll have to go with San Martin, Hacienda, and El Pozo.
Okay, least favorite?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Los Leones, I would say.
Okay, what about your favorites when it comes to Sanhok?
Sanhok, of course, it has to be Bootcamp and Paradise. But also I would go with Ruins as well.
Okay, what about least favorite?
Oof. least favorite. I'll have to go with Camp Bravo. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys typically change your drop zones when it comes to what teams you're playing against? Or do you just typically like to play where you want to play from?
Well, typically we're not changing our spots, but for before the matches in scrims and stuff, we like to chase other teams away from that, so we keep our area free of enemies.
Okay. So then let's test your knowledge of the other teams right now. Can you name a couple of different teams' drop locations on, let's say, Erangel?
So 70, in 70, the Destiny is landing there. Vodafone Giants are landing in Pochinki, and Xtreme Slayers, I think they're landing in Watertown, the Water City.
So XT talking about where he likes to drop, and obviously talking a little bit about where he knows other teams drop, which means they've done their research. But this was, I will say, recorded before we even started PMPL. So things could have changed, and we're going to see if Unicorns Love have adapted as well. But let's be honest, considering the amount of points they're getting per day, I'd say they have. But moving on from there, we need to take a look at our, I guess, kings, right? Our Super Weekend kings, our two best performing teams, or generally two best performing teams when it comes to our Super Weekends. And we have to talk about Gamelord just off their performance the last 2 days. And even Eastern Stars in here too, guys, because they are playing pretty damn well, but I still feel like they haven't hit their final form just yet here within PMPL.
Yeah, as always, getting prepared every single time, using this as a training ground before heading into the finals, where it's going to be a sprint, not a marathon. So Gamelord, Eastern Stars looking as two very clear favorites going into that event. Though, if there's one change I've recently witnessed, and it's been happening quite a bit actually for Eastern Stars, they tend to transcend players very central, a little bit earlier than what I've seen in the first two Super Weekends. I think they tried to have a shift after that second Super Weekend that was their weakest performance yet in this entire PMPL Western Europe League stage. It's been working to some extent. They got himself a win yesterday. That's some potential really strong finishes, especially thinking back on that Miramar game. But I like to see that they're not a static team. They're actually trying things before heading into the finals, and that's keeping me very excited for the Eastern Stars train.
Depends on the circle, right? I mean, at the same time, we've seen Eastern Stars also be proficient in chasing the circles and eventually carving themselves out, like, let's say, a corner of 5th or 6th circle, and just having a lot of room to work with, I think has characterized a lot of Eastern Stars when it comes to some of the later stages of these games. I don't quite know the exact details as to how they do it, but they have been able to find themselves a lot of room where other teams have not in those final circles, and because of that, it gives them time to evaluate how everybody else is moving in those circles towards the end, and it gives them time to plan their next moves, and I think they've been very, very good at that as well.
Yeah, I think they're especially proficient when it comes to going for widespread. Sometimes a little bit too much from time to time, causing them to lose a player or two. But in general, when you look at the individual performances, we looked at Octavian, looked at also how Kapahala was performing. Now you have Athis and Bazi doing relatively well in this final Super Weekend, and hopefully in the finals they can remain and retain some consistency. With a 4-man roster being this good at the game, and when you go for spreads, I will allow it, because you guys on an individual level are so damn good that it's hard for teams to really fight back. 1v2s, 1v3 with these guys is never really out of the question, so I'm especially impressed, and I just can't wait to see what they can do in the finals and hopefully also the EMEA Regional Championship.
Well, Maxman, can I play devil's advocate here for you?
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about Eastern Stars and how they have these 4 solid players who can play extremely well, but I raise you one, Gamelord. They have 5. You have Spicy, who's played a large amount of matches for them. He's rotated in different positions for Gamelord, right, in individual players. Now, here's a question to you both while we have a second. Having a 5-man roster that can play well. Okay, let's just say this. A 5-man roster can play like 90% of what Eastern Star's 4-man roster can play. Who would you favor more when it comes to a finals, when it comes to a sprint? Personally, I would say Gamelord, because you have the ability to sub someone out if they're not playing well that day.
Yeah. I would have to agree. We did see a few times where Eastern Stars to try and use their subs pretty actively into the league play, but in the Super Weekend itself, not too much. We don't see them a hefty amount. So I think the fact you can bring in Spicy so often for the rest of the team, and also the fact that Spicy, when he plays, he gets actually some relatively good stats, I would say here, James. I think using a sub into a month-long event like this actually helps a lot, and heading into the finals could definitely be their ticket to glory.
There's a big stark comparison for me between Gamelord and Eastern Stars, where Eastern Stars has been like up and down from game to game, but Gamelord has been up and down from week to week. And I think that for Gamelord, it really depends on what week they're showing up, right? Like, you could get to those days and Eastern Stars will have themselves up and down rough games, up and down good games, but Game Lord has to be showing up that whole week to be able to have that performance. So for me, as much as both teams can have those volatile tendencies, I saw edge on the side of Eastern Stars for this conversation.
Okay. Well, I know you're a big fan of Warlord Kapahala, so I never doubted you would support them, to be honest, but you do bring up some very good points. But as we want to head into our first round of the day, it's time to take a look at the schedule. We got to get things, cleaned out, ready to go for you guys at home, just to update you on everything. And just like always, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So 3 Erangels over the course of today, so hopefully that's one of the maps that you guys can play well, at least the teams that you're rooting for can play well. Again, there's still $1,000 on the line per chicken dinner, so there's a lot of money still to be made, $5 grand in total today. And I have a couple of chances left to get one team up to 10 chicken dinners, but let's be honest, gentlemen, it's really not looking good. But also, speaking of not looking good, let's get some predictions in, and let's start off with you, Max, man. Who do you think is going to take the first chicken dinner, and why?
Oh my brain was in prediction mode. I'll have to think about it. First game, you know what? I would like to see a Team Big win. I would like to see them try and compete with Eastern Stars and Game Lord, and I would like to see Big potentially Game Stuff a win. So we'll see how it works out.
I've spoken about, Eastern Stars being up and down from game to game. So I'm going to go with Game Lord because, as I mentioned, they have a good week. And so far, they're having a good week. So let's stick on that train of thought.
Well, you guys might not be able to give us your predictions live here on air, but what you can do is go vote for PUBG Mobile in the Esports Awards for the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. You just got to head over to esportsaward.com/vote and get your votes in because you still have some time left. And make sure you do it because you know what? Together we can be number one. And speaking of number one, let's bring in our commentators here for the first round of the day. I believe we have John and Blake on the line, if I'm not mistaken. Gentlemen, if you are here joining me in this virtual studio, it's the last day, man. Last day for all these teams to get extra money, to get extra points, and obviously lead into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their last opportunity. They've only got one chance, and you can't miss it. What do you think about that, Blank? That's unfortunate, isn't it, Blank? There, you've got to press the button. You've got to press the button to be able to join in the conversation.
That's true.
There you go.
True.
Hello.
I'm in. Don't even worry about it. I'm fine here. I'm all good. Sometimes I like to speak with my mouth closed, and now it's open again. So we're all good, ready to get into the game. Happy days overall. I think that overall I'm ready for these matches. I think that we're looking specifically at SKP a lot today, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we're really honing in on. But there are a few teams that are still looking for some big points towards the top. Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, Game Lord, all duking it out at the moment. And I think Big's still definitely in the running, but we're making some strange moves.
Yeah, they have been having maybe their feet are a little too fancy in some of those scenarios that we saw from Big the other day. But you know what? They're still one of the top teams, and we'll be keeping an eye on them. As you said, SKP team with it all to play for. They need a stonker of a day, but it's just not that likely. We're not thinking that they're going to be able to do it, but they might prove us wrong. But again, I just don't think they will.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I do want to talk about a conversation that's been had on the desk there, though, really quickly, which is the boys talking about Game Lord and their ability to have that 5-man roster, switching it out, and how that will assist them come the finals. Personally, though, I don't think it's such a... I would personally rather they played Akashi, Robs, Narvalo and Victor every single game for the finals. I think that's their winning combo. Yes, I understand that maybe you could switch it out, but I generally think that they don't perform as well when they're not playing as that 4. This is no discredit to Spicy. I think he's a good player, but I think that 4-man combo is just better overall.
You know what? I'm inclined to sort of agree with you in this circumstance. I think that there are scenarios where you can absolutely have a sort of a dynamic switching roster, especially when it comes to playing specific maps and playing a roster for specific maps, right? And having, a specialist maybe on another map. But looking at the exact roster as you highlighted, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate in terms of Game Lord's performance. Still, though, they've done very well in being able to field this roster and being able to do pretty good on the results.
100%. I just think that when you come to finals, you can't really muck around. It's going to be a case that you get to finals, you want to keep that roster solid going through, rather than chopping and changing, because if something doesn't work, try and fix it on the day and then come back, because if you're moving someone else in, you're having to change your playstyle again. And I think in that instance as well, when Spicy's for SKP, they've just dropped on top of Eastern Stars on Stalber, or at least Eastern Stars also dropped here, so perhaps SKP got unlucky, but surely you see the parachute when you're dropping down from this height, perhaps go somewhere else. Kameshki was open, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there with SKP. It's a cheeky little jump, you love to see it.
Hey, life's short, stunt it,
Yeah, you got big air on that bad boy.
After this, he's just gaining all the air. Pistol kill as well. An SKP team off to a bad start on their miracle run potential day, but going down to 3 as the first kill, that's got to be a wind out your sails moment.
Yeah, and I think that we have to look at it this way as well, and I think that this rings true for a lot of teams in Western Europe, barring Gamelord, who are just very good at this one map, is that most of these teams favor Erangel. Gamelord obviously doing very well on Miramar, but most of these teams favor Erangel, and you have only 3 of these a day. So it's kind of like your little breaks between Sanhok and Miramar, where you can kind of chunk in those points. So losing 1 early on Erangel is awful to start the day off on, when realistically this is one of the maps where you want to start putting up the most numbers. I think this is the map where SKP has gotten both their chicken dinners, if I'm not incorrect. But yeah, this is not a good way to start your day if you're SKP trying to clamber up into that 16th place.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? It's not going to be good. So yeah, we're looking at Vodafone Giants and their score tally, as well as Nexus Gaming, who's still waiting in the wings. But if they get to top 8, pretty much it, right? Like it doesn't really matter too much what is able to be done in these next games. With the 0-point game here, I think they need to earn about 10 points more per game than both Nexus and Vodafone Giants, or either of Nexus or Vodafone Giants at this stage, and it's just getting less and less likely.
Yeah, it is. I think that for Vodafone Giants, with them being so damn good so far, it's unlikely to see them fall off. And I think we were talking with the guys yesterday saying that it's not been an extreme improvement for Vodafone Giants, but at least they're now being consistent. And I think that if you're looking to jump up into 16th place as SKP, the worst thing that can happen to you is to have a team above you who is consistent, right? Like, you want someone who's choppy and changey. A case of, like Clara said, Eastern Stars who change from day to day. That's what you want with a team in 16th place if you're chasing, because you just want to grab it, make it happen.
No, you've just got to try and hope for the best, really, but we'll have to wait to see how the chips fall. Honestly, the most interesting part of this day's games, for me, is going to be looking at how far Unicorns of Love can jump up the tables, right? How much more can they do here? Because they have, as we saw on the desk, as we saw from a couple of the graphics as well, been putting up the highest average in Super Weekends of any team in this lobby, right? Unfortunately, they didn't qualify for one of the Super Weekends, but they are now back on fighting form as we expected towards the start of the tournament that we weren't quite seeing.
Yeah, I think for them it's a need to get better, really. And I think especially coming to the finals, that's one thing you're always considering. Sometimes it's a difficult thing to do as well, John, which is you're under even more pressure to perform much better in that final. But again, getting to finals itself is a good testament to your own ability. It's an accolade at the end of the day. And you can see how far you can go. There are teams, though, in previous tournaments, and I can't remember one off the top of my head, who have not done extremely well in the... In fact, no, I do have an example here. Let's go back to, I think it was Alpha 7. Which the team was Korea on it before Alpha 7, John? Come on, give me... Remember? Green team.
I can't remember. The green team, was it? It wasn't Loops, was it?
It was Loops. There we go. Thank you very much. Yeah, Loops league play, I think, hit something ridiculous when we had 4 weeks of league play, 767 points, and then fell off like quite hard in the finals. I believe this was in season 1 of North America, and a similar thing can happen to other teams where they do very well in the league play and then just completely fall off in finals, or vice versa, do not so great in league play and then suddenly shoot towards the top of the standings in finals. So there's always that opportunity for yourself, John.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And things do change, as you say, so you can't rest on your laurels. And that's why I'm kind of interested to see what Unicorns of Love can do, right? It's a change from what we saw at the start. Obviously, a little bit of a chop and change on rosters and moving around sort of responsibilities and stuff like that. So it's great to see them really find their form towards these last couple of games.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think that it's seeing them come back into this game has been nice, to say the least. But I just want to see just a little bit more, just a little bit more.
A little bit more. A little bit more oomph. Okay. They're not in the blue, so they are going to have to rotate. They're still in North George and still not yet in the vehicles. Nexus Gaming around farm. Just holding the buggies in the warehouse, not wanting them to get tires popped or anything like that. They want to be able to make a quick getaway, but right now they're fairly central into the circle. No one was on that military island. Obviously Eastern Stars like to drop around Milta Power. They've made their way down to that southeast side, past Lipovka. Well, most of them have got past Lipovka. You still got Athis up there waiting to cross that area. You've got SKP team and TSC sort of split around that Lipovka mansion area as well.
Yeah, I do wonder if this is a case of like having a forward scout, because I believe there is one other player there with him alongside Athis. But yeah, I do wonder if this is a forward scout position with another player. Yeah, there is 2 players there. So they're just allowing the guys from Kapahala and Bazzi to loot up Milta Power before they move up to regroup the rest of the team. So Athis, you can clearly see Octavian see this position. So this is a spot now that Eastern Stars can potentially take up in their own time, but they jump into the vehicles, start to rock back down towards Milta Power. So they have information, which is really big at this point in the game, especially when you're Eastern Stars playing from Milta Power. Having that info early allows you to really decide on your escape routes a lot earlier than a lot of other teams might have chance to do. For instance, Unicorns of Love, Super Young roster all making their rotations right now. Like, they don't have a lot of info towards the middle of the circle.
And with this circle as well, this specific shift, for Eastern Stars, that info to their north is invaluable right now, because that's probably the direction they're going to have to be looking to go, unless they want to fight out with Chazmak Gaming, with Vodafone Giants on the western side, with Nexus coming up from the south as well. I feel like north might be a better spot for them, but the question is, where do you want to hold up? Like, where's your goal? Sure, you have a route, but what positions are you going to be looking for? There's a lot of compounds around sort of the Mansion Forest Field area, so maybe that's where they'll look to post up.
Yeah, I think there's definitely availability there. I think that if I was Eastern Stars now, I was keeping a close eye on exactly where SKP were going. I think Eastern Stars could quite easily crash that building and take a fight with them. But knowing Eastern Stars and the way they play edge and the way they clear their angles, like, I don't think it's likely that we're going to see them flying in towards any buildings anytime soon, which would be a massive change of pace if they did go for it. Team Doom currently split up on that southwest side as LMV moved through the midst of them. Unicorns of Love holding down towards the Harry Potter Tower, as well as Super Young roster making their way over the top of Stalber, just behind Big at the moment.
Everybody's starting to find their little foothold. Vodafone Giants, they were spiking back and forth with Nexus, with Chazmak Gaming. They decided to disengage. Chazmak Gaming, by the way, is a team that I think has probably improved the most over the course of this tournament so far. I feel like this is a team that we really didn't expect too much from at the start, didn't really live up to anything more than that, and slowly over time has really started to find their stride here. And we're talking about teams that can find themselves towards the top. I feel like this is a roster that can do it, unless they get knocked. It seems like every time I talk about them, this stuff happens. Although the good news is that they're quite far away from the people who are knocking them, and these reses should be fairly simple.
Yeah. Again, we're checking out this fight down towards Team Doom and LMV. So Team Doom actually took up a position where, you know, they were on either side. They had players in the tree line, players within the hay bales. So really, really well played to them because they know this is a rotation that LMV like to make, practically always playing down towards Primos regardless of the playing path. So really nice play from Team Doom will open up that southwest side of the circle, which is good for them. But Conqueror's just heading a little bit further down towards the southwest, sending K-Link out as a scout to make sure no one's coming up behind them. So this is well played. Good forethought there from Conquerors.
Unicorns of Love, they've made their way into the circle. Super Young roster swung all the way out to the north and are now on the tail end of Big on their rotation on the eastern coast right now. Game Lord a little bit further inland. No one really wants to take these fights. I mean, you never really want to take these fights. Of course, if there's a chance you lose, it's a bad idea, right? In general, this early on, losing players is really, really detrimental at this stage. So teams like LMV, SKP Team, and Team Doom, who have all lost players, as well as, sorry, I already said LMV, but teams like that who have already lost players, that severely diminishes their potential point earnings in the rest of this game.
It does, yeah. I think that, you know, you struggle after that point. Unicorns of Love, they took up the western compound towards the actual fields. Now, we get a circle that is right alongside it. You can see GK first still holding in, but quickly mounts up into a vehicle to move further into the circle. Lind already moved out across the field, so great play by Lind there to provide a little bit of a landing zone for the rest of the team, but Conquerors are coming up that way now as well. So Unicorns of Love trying to hold out the majority of the south side of the field, which is actually quite good for them, considering that they have so much field to their back. Like, they can hold that nicely, but I think we will get a fair few fights here as 4 Romanian Boys start to jump into the midst too.
Yeah, with so much of Yasnaya Fields in there, terrain, real estate diminished. Unicorns of Love, they're right on the edge of that Yasnaya Field position. Conqueror look like they want to take it from them. Rolkis, I'm interested as to what Rolkis is doing here. Is this information? I feel like this is just has to be information gathering, right? Like he's going to be coming back.
This is come on if you think you're hard enough. That's what that is. Which they're not hard enough at all. They're soft.
Them as crumbles like limestone in front of the diamond of Unicorns of Love for gunfire. But unfortunately, there's the rest of the team to deal with as well. But Rolkis is on the ball. He's on the swivel, mate. You're right.
That really is, come on, if you figure out enough, just slowly rocking up behind the building in full view. K-Link's just confused with what's happening. Rolkis jumps out of the vehicle and gets the knock. This is depressing.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for Chemos as well.
This is the casual Unicorns of Love that I love to see.
The smoke there for the res as well should be doable. The rest of Conqueror, tail between legs, will retreat just a little bit. Vito and Reeves try and find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, Alamo is quite clearly Unicorns of Loves right now, with Game Lord trying to come over the top side. Now, this is a fight that, you know, happens quite frequently between these two teams, but it's Game Lord who usually holds that position, so they should know roughly how to attack Alamo, and really a lot of it depends on if you go too far out or you play a little bit over aggressively from Alamo and try and hold the ridge side. If you can open up a knock there, like the rest of the team can't really help you, the clean flush, then you can start to attack the building itself. And because, you know, there's no two stories there on that compound, you're mainly relying on the fence around the side, so you really do have to be careful when you play that position of Unicorns of Love. But it is a nice spot right now, and it's quite far into the circle, so, you know, next circle when it blooms, like even if it is a hard southeast shift, sorry, they'll still be in a position to make it.
Super Young roster and Big dueling across the way. This is on the northeastern edge right now, just to the north side of Mansion. The next circle fairly soon to pop. Eastern Stars just out in the blue, going to the east side of Prison. The SKP team did. I think they were holding out there, and they then proceeded to leave that position and head a little bit further centrally. The circle shifts. It's not a Yasnaya Fields full finish, but it's still got a little bit in there, a little wedge, a little slice.
Yeah, which Game Lord are currently holding in. Now, slightly unplayable, to be quite honest with you. And when I say unplayable, it's difficult to leverage advantage from that position, right? You can play in it, but it's not going to give you any benefits towards the end of the game. Unicorns of Love, on the other hand, they have slight amount of that Alamo compound to themselves, but the rest of the circle itself is pretty barren at the moment. Mansion even out of it, so it's going to be a lot of snaking involved, which we haven't seen too much of, you know, in this region, which I'm pretty happy to see. Nexus send Chazmac on their way as they rock up on this compound.
Okay, they're trying to hold it out. Looking good right now. Excuse me, holding fast against Nexus Gaming. This is good news for SKP team. If they're able to stay alive for a little bit longer, one of their teams ahead of them, taking a dive early would be very, very good news. Opportunity for them to score more points. But if Excuse Me go down on the flip side, if Dexter can win out the duel, or if the teammates can come through, then it might be the other story. 4 points for Nexus Gaming, and the reses should be available. SKP team need to third party this now if they want a chance.
Yeah, this would be fantastic for SKP. They can move up, but right now smokes all are up and running, and quickly these reses come through. I've never seen someone crawl so fast before other than Create. He's like, please res me next. Come on, please. I did like that, though. There was a nade from Rana on the backside. He didn't fully cook it either. He just knocked it behind that wall. And in the midst of all that, it caused so much chaos because it didn't explode immediately. It just rocked around. So Excuse Me wanted to continue to hold that position, like they were always going to put themselves in the line of fire of that grenade. And when it finally went off, it kind of just crowbarred that fight in the right direction that Nexus could finish it up. And finishing it with 4 is magnificent.
Team Doom, 4 Romanian Boys, Vodafone Giants all in very similar areas of the map, and Unicorns of Love are bookending it on the north. Action popping off on the southwest side of the circle. A lot of teams still yet to move in and find their full footing into Zone 5. 4 Romanian Boys now starting to move across, move into the position that Team Doom took ahead of them on their side of the road. Vodafone Giants made the choice to cross this road, but that might come back to bite them later on if they're not careful. Knock's going both ways right now. Unreal gets run down there and knocked on out, and with it, Team Doom eliminated. 4 Romanian Boys stand strong.
Yeah, now Nexus are being hounded by Super Young roster. 4 Romanian Boys make that fight look okay considering the terrain they had to cross, but Super Young roster trying to get onto Nexus's position, but currently have already taken a knock. Creators jumping over the wall,
trying to hold it out on the crash. Alush very, very closely ducked back behind a tree, forced there by the bullet fire. Alush up over the wall, looks for the spray, looks to line him up, swaps the bullets out, but Do gets behind the wall just in time. Dexter on the inside, Rana down as well. 2 players are there for Nexus Gaming. Super Young roster want to continue their assault here, but the flush comes through on one of their players. Do trying to hold around the corner, but Alush falls, and Super Young roster eliminated. Nexus hold out yet again. Chazmac's turn. It's going to be yet another Unicorns of Love fight it out with Vodafone Giants on the western edge as well. Another crucial team to not have a good game if SKP team want to survive here, want to get in that 16th place. Unicorns of Love, they're going to do the dirty. Vodafone Giants eliminated early.
I love this. This compound has been so amusing. It's like, line up, get your knocks here.
But they've just been thinned time and time again, and finally, that's going to be it. Chazmac Gaming, the ones to put Nexus Gaming down in the grave. 8 points, though, on the game, and that is a decent result. Vodafone Giants with 3. How far can SKP team go?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a fight that realistically SKP should have been part of so much sooner, but they have just been so hesitant to do anything in this circle with the 3 men they currently have. They're outside the blue now, so more than likely when they're trying to remove themselves from this position, they're going to get knocked. I don't see any vehicles around their position either, so it's all smoke train all the way if they want to make it out of here.
Absolutely, the circle is going to start to push them in, and Chazmac Gaming know the position. Oh dear.
There's one buggy, okay.
They can get 2 of them out.
Yeah, Hamodi's like, I'll take the first contact, all right, boys.
Save yourselves, boys. I'm going in. Hamodi, no! Sacrificing for the greater good.
The greater good. Yeah. We'll see what he can do as he jogs on, but immediately 2 gets knocked. And I think that might be SKP's death sentence being spoken aloud right now.
Unfortunate. 4 Romanian Boys getting pushed on by Unicorns of Love, and actually the first face has gone down. I feel like Big might be looking their way as well. Sarah on the back foot, last player standing. 4 Romanian Boys as Unicorns of Love don't even need to get out of the buggy to be able to take care of this one. They know where Sarah is, and they're going to continue to spray through, but Fresh goes down. Is the rundown good? Rollkiss needs to try and swing on through. Lynn on the wraparound, and Sarah goes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fresh turret in action, right? You love to see the fresh turret. So they'll take that fight. They do lose GK first somewhere off on the western side. We weren't paying too much attention. Rolkis has to drop right back down again as they're taking more shots from that side. TSC on the east, and that is SKP team out. So a little bit sad for them. Not too many points garnered whatsoever. We'll see where they got in the live rankings shortly. Big, though. This is looking nice. Maxman's prediction. Happy days, potentially.
Yeah, SKP team went out with 2 points, and that means that they go down with the lowest amount of points out of the 3 teams that they were sort of chasing in the pack of. Disaster, really, and quite frankly, that might be the full confirmation that they're never going to be able to make that 16th place. I felt like on 5 games, if they had a good run, maybe, but...
Yeah, it had to be like 6 or 7 points at the minimum. Like just to stay in it, and that's, that's just
honestly,
one
it had to be
game
more
that you
than
could
that.
afford.
Stay in it, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you could only afford one game.
Just not good days either way, but Unicorns of Love still going for now. One of them's knocked, and Chasmac Gaming are just continuing to pump this lead hot and fast over their way. The Blue Zone will move Chasmac too. They'll have to leave the compound that they worked so hard to, or well, several teams worked so hard to crash away from Nexus Gaming.
Oh yeah, it's a long-standing order that a lot of people have worked upon. You know, that place is looking mighty fine now, though. Chasmac Gaming is still on a tear at the moment. This is great news for them. Already again in that top 5 after yesterday's brilliant performance from them. They're not letting up yet. That's big going down. Xtreme Slayers with some great shots coming their way. Conquerors still alive, but only with 2 just outside the circle. Now, Chasmac Gaming probably have the best chance to make this happen, but Xtreme Slayers, they've spotted this situation, and they're moving out one by one of the Chasmac players. Conqueror's not quite able to do anything yet. Trazen drops out.
Oh, he needs to
Close
survive.
quarters.
Needs to stay alive in these scenarios. Their forward scout, he's in the circle. It's super important that he doesn't go down here. If he does, they lose such a great foothold. But Chasmac Gaming are looking to come in for the backup. You can see Trazen just trying to bide his time, not going for these fights. Unicorns of Love starting to enter as well into the fray. But 2 players down now for Chasmac Gaming as Aza came in for the backup over the top. MZ finds 1, finds 2, but there's the rundown. And there's another knock. Shadowend needs to stand tall for Chasmac Gaming to keep them going into this circle. Not too many players from Xtreme Slayers left. Bardo and Pappy, it's a 1 versus 2. Bardo over the hillside. Shadowend looking to try and keep them alive, but the smokes bloom and the reses are coming through for Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of there for poor little Shadowend. Like, he's trying to look at Conquerors, he's trying to look towards Unicorns of Love, trying to look towards Xtreme Slayers too. And now it's just Rolkis trying to move in. Seems to be always the last standing member of the team, but Vito drops wine and will drop him to the floor. Now it's Xtreme Slayers in a very good position to close out this game.
They have got the numbers, they've got the position. Conqueror need to move in. I feel like Chasmac Gaming, I feel like the option to go and back Trazen up directly might have been a little bit of a mistake. Players 3 with that threat of Trazen on the off angle, and maybe you can displace Xtreme Slayers from this position. But they still have 2, they've still got 10 kills, they're still in 3rd place, that's guaranteed 20 points, a great result.
Yeah, 10 kills is fantastic this game. Considering there was so much open ground again, it's not a biding of their time, which I really do appreciate in Chasmac Gaming. They wait for the opportunity to show itself. Remember, they were in a really good position to strike into that compound that Nexus were able to take early on, but they waited. They waited for a few other teams to go there, knowing that it was a vital spot within the circle, and then once they knew that it was time to jump on in and steal it away from everyone else before there was any other teams available, they jumped in and made the fight look very easy versus a weakened Nexus, so they really do pick their moments.
Chasmac Gaming down in the grass. Pappy repositioning. They want a long, stretched out line of fire to Xtreme Slayers. They should have the feeling that they have the dominant position, that they have the numbers advantage here. Even though no other teams are really posturing for it, no other teams are crashing their position.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically right now, Xtreme Slayers don't have to do anything. Their position in the circle is strong. The guys from Chasmac and Conquerors both have to come towards them. And in the best case scenario, no, Chasmac and Conquerors have to fight one another like they're looking like they're going to do right now, in which case life becomes extremely easy for Xtreme Slayers.
Chasmac Gaming right now have the lead on Conquerors in terms of proximity to circle, which means that they should be able to cut off the path and stay for a little bit longer to stop Conqueror crawling forwards. It looks like Conqueror have the idea that Chasmat Gaming are down this hill as well. One pulling the trigger, but the nades just keep raining out.
Yeah, MZ. A little tickle of damage. That grenade, it sounded beautiful.
Uh-oh. Cadawan spotted in the grass as well. Up on the top, Reeves. This is bold, but behind the smoke gets away with it. Conqueror take out Chasmat Gaming down the hill, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Xtreme Slayers look to leverage their position. They move forwards, they control the ground and stop Conqueror from moving too far forwards. Nades over onto Vito, get the knock, and now it's just Reeves. Xtreme Slayers put the chokehold on the ground. Reeves gets one, and now looks to move behind the burnt out US. Pappy on the off, looks for damage. Vito gets flushed, no chance of a res. Holes goes down, but that's going to be it. Conqueror finally eliminated, and Xtreme Slayers hold their ground. They find the first chicken dinner at the final day of league stages.
There's about 50 bajillion nades coming out of the top of that fight, to be honest with you, John. So, honestly, I think that was a difficult fight to get away from, regardless of what happened. But again, Chasmat Gaming, 3rd place, good stuff, 10 kill points as well. Like, that's a very, very nice game. Like, it feels like Chasmat continuing to hit upon those nodes. And sure, Big didn't get the chicken dinner, but I had to remind them that they were cursed for them to go out, so that's fine. It was my intention all along. But realistically, this is a strong game, and we're seeing the same few names cropping up towards the end of the game now. Unicorn to Love, Chasmat Gaming, Game Lord in some way or another. It is good to see. It is really, really good to see. And honestly, I would say that we haven't talked a lot about Conquerors, John, but I do think that Conquerors are very good at causing mayhem in those final circles. They've caused so many problems for a lot of different teams and still are able to make it quite far. They do become a bit of a problem.
Certainly are a little bit of a problem team for a lot of these players, as you say. So we'll have to keep an eye out for them to make sure you've got your ear to the ground. And for our ear to the ground report, we're going to head back over to the desk. We'll see you in a few.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another player interview. Today I'm going to be joined by Holes from Xtreme Slayers, and we're going to have a little bit of insight about his thoughts on this event. Holes, before we start with the questions, how you doing, man? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm just taking a day off. Today we are not playing, so we're doing an interview today, and yeah, everything's going well.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully your day off has been nice and chill before we go into the second week of PMPL. Talking about PMPL, I have to ask you, what are your expectations for you and your team entering in this second season of Western Europe PMPL?
Well, in this season, we hopefully are going to qualify to EMEA. That's our main objective in this season. And yeah, we're ready and we're prepared for it.
Okay, great to see. I love to see you guys trying to get themselves into EMEA Championship Season 2. And talking about EMEA Championship Season 2, if you do qualify there with your team, what are your expectations for that type of event? Do you think you'll be able to perform well with the other teams there?
The main goal of our team is, of course, qualifying to PMGC and take our chances in EMEA to a top 3 to a top 3. And yeah, I think we're prepared. We have a lot of players that play already PMPL Season 1. We have a player also that play PMPL Americas in North America. So yeah, we're prepared, of course.
Okay, even you said you're aiming for EMEA, now you're aiming for PMGC. You're aiming for the moon, and I love to see that. Hopefully it's going to work out for you guys. But also, you know, hoping to make into PMGC, I wanted to know for you and your team, do you have any extra hopes and wishes for the rest of 2021?
Yeah, of course, the main objective is also to stay together and try to build synergy in these events and keep moving forward like a team. and of course play. There's another events and many tournaments in the course of 2021. So we are hoping to perform well in those events.
That's the first time I got this answer. I'm so happy you said you want to try and stick together as a team. I think that's one of the best improvements you could try and go for. So I hope that's going to be the case for you with Xtreme Slayers. And to close it off, also have to know, what will you do differently this time compared to the last PMPL season that was Season 1?
Yeah, so the last PMPL was a bit rough for us. It was our first event together. We have, of course, a few changes in the roster, but the main objective is to stay aggressive and stay focused in the team, try to split up and play as more as aggressive as you can to try to get those points in order of kill points, actually. And yeah, that's the main part of the team this season.
Okay, the man could have decided to speak English, but he decided to speak facts right now in this interview. So thank you very much, Holes. I wish you best of luck in the second season of PMPL, and hopefully you guys will be able to make it to EMEA Championship, hopefully even PMGC at the end of the year.
Thank you very much, and please support us in this PMPL.
Well, that is the second time we've seen Xtreme Slayers pick up a chicken dinner off the bat. They did it on the very first day of play here in the PMPL Western Europe Season 2, and they do it in the very first round of our final day of our final Super Weekend. So credit to them to have a very good position. I know, Clarus, you were talking about them having Heaven and playing it pretty damn well.
Yeah, really, really well. Especially, like, a lot of the times when you have the position that they had, if the circle centers up there, then either you win the game handedly, or you get 3 teams crash same time and it becomes absolute chaos. However, the circle shifting away from there and the way they were able to flex out of that position was fantastic, because it's not only a case of you sending 3 people down to that low ground and trying to hold it. No, they send Pappy west, and that is a brilliant move here, Max, to be able to hold out other teams that could potentially take that high ground west of them to be a threat.
Yeah, and actually that position of Papi you're just talking about is the reason why Team Big were not able to make it into the top 3. It's still 8 points coming the way of Team Big, but if Papi did not get in a position like that, there's a very clear chance and opportunity for Big to contest that position and take that spot in the finishing circle. So got close for a second, but the one team that tried their best to contest that position away from Xtreme Slayers was actually Chazmac Gaming. They went for a full send it. They had a 2-2 split, 2 players down south, 2 players trying to get behind Xtreme Slayers to try and split their focus. It worked out fine for some time, but unfortunately we saw a nade that was very unfortunate. It was, I believe it was Trazen that naded Azza by mistake, and then you lose your 2 players up there, so they could refocus, regroup, get themselves back up as a 4-man team and made sure that you had no chance for Conqueror, Unicorns of Love, and even the 2 other players of Chazmac Gaming to close off that win. So it was a good attempt from Chazmac Gaming, a desperate one for sure, but unfortunately that one little nade play just cost the potential win from Chazmac.
For sure. The thing about it is that when we're describing Xtreme Slayers and coming off Heaven and finding the position, and Pappy goes west, and that's the winning play, right? To be able to hold them down that position. Likewise, Chazmac, I have to say, I feel like they went for the winning play with kind of backfilling where Xtreme Slayers was on that low ground and sending, you know, all the way across the circle. So I have to give them props for that move. It's just a shame, as you've kind of described, it didn't quite work out for them because of some small errors here and there. But I really like that these teams are making winning plays as opposed to, you know, consolation plays where they're trying to get like top 3 and whatever.
I will say this, though. It did feel like we had a ton of action in this last round. Like, constant fighting left and right. We had Excuse Me trying to hold on a compound. Nexus crashes on top of them. Nexus gets back up and ready to go in the compound. And then was a Super Young Rush to crash on them. Like, there was just constant fighting. Unicorns of Love using Fresh as a mobile turret, driving him around, escorting him around for his kills. Like, it was a crazy match.
Yeah, there was a lot of standout moments, I would say, in this game for sure. That compound saw a lot more action than some games see in an entire game sometimes. It is pretty insane to see how teams had an intention to focus on that. But the reason why that happened is because this circle, other than that position and Heaven, you have basically relatively nothing to play around. So teams understood, okay, there's one strong compound, I'm going to try and fight for it. I think there was a clear opportunity for a third party, and we talked about it, right? There was SKP team that were just down south of this compound, and on the last breach, it was Chazmac Gaming going on to Nexus. They had a small chance, actually, to potentially go for the third party, pick up a few kills along the way, and allow themselves an easy rotation from that compound towards Xtreme Slayers. I think SKP team, if they would have been a little bit more opportunistic, could have actually got a way better opportunity in this game.
Okay. You know, I think there's a lot to be said about how teams have reacted, though, in the positions they were in. I think we were talking a lot about SKP, and obviously they're one of the teams who has a chance still technically to qualify over, I guess, Vodafone Giants right now, though they did fall.
That's the one.
It's so good. Can we watch
the
that
timing
clip again? It's perfect. Oh my god. Sorry, Jason, you were saying something.
I forgot because now I can see my head is roadkill.
It's perfect.
For guys.
Oh,
I remember,
God.
I think we went to, was it MZ? For like a split second, he just instantly got ran over. I swear it was like a jump scare for me.
It's like wacky races. I just couldn't believe what I witnessed. He runs the dude over and then runs straight into the grenade. It's perfect. Ooh, speaking.
I wouldn't even be mad. I'll be like, you know what, GG. It's good. It's good timing, mate. A kill is a kill. I'll take it.
We can see our top players in our last round. You got Vito with the 1,011 damage. You got Reason there at about 700, and Muzi as well at about 700 for himself. Even though Xtreme Slayers took the chicken dinner, I think this is a nice sign of life in Conqueror. I feel like this is a team we haven't really talked too much about. I feel like these last 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the graphic on the pre-show, right, about where teams potentially would be if they played every single Super Weekend. And we saw that Conqueror, if they actually play the Super Weekend they missed out on, they would be in top 5 currently. So I'm not too surprised to see them do this well. Of course, they're going to try and continue and hold that form heading into the finals. But yeah, I mean, Conqueror could be a very big contestant in the finals itself. But man, that damage from Chazmac Gaming, 2,200. I think a lot of that came from the breaches happening towards the bottom compound. There was a lot of action unfolding there.
Conqueror was pretty patient down in that southwest side of this circle when it's not easy terrain to play by any stretch of the imagination, and then obviously they end up in a position where everyone's being held up by Xtreme Slayers, and Chazmac and Conqueror are just kind of sat next to each other saying, question mark, what do you do? I don't know, what do you do? Because ultimately in that position, if you are actually technically wanting to play for the win, the correct play is just kind of ignoring the person next to you and trying to push up against the team that's controlling the circle. But that is absolutely like Captain Hindsight 400 IQ stuff that you can't really anticipate in those moments, because also kill points are very important too.
Speaking of imagination, was I dreaming up that Dexter was playing for Nexus today?
He was.
Around?
Yeah.
Huh.
Not sure how that worked out. Yeah.
There's a reason for bringing it up, right? Because I think ever since the first week, we haven't seen him and Sushi playing for the team, and we did hear there was some stuff happening behind the scenes and why he wasn't playing for them anymore. But now he's back, and I'm curious because we've talked about like how kind of good we've seen Nexus be able to play without him on the team, but we know how good Dexter really is. So could this be like a super team with him now back on the roster?
I mean,
see Nexus be contending for the top slots.
The stakes are rising, right? Like the stakes definitely rise when you're going from Super Weekends into that final as well. So maybe they understand maybe the severity of the situation. I don't know what's going on back, behind the scenes with this team and how things are playing out internally. But when you've got a name like Dexter that is technically registered to your roster and you're going into a final where there is big money on the line, absolutely bring him in. Put anything aside, get him in. We know he's powerful. I'd be fielding him for sure.
If there's one thing that scares me, though, for Nexus Gaming, seeing Dexter coming back in, we saw, I would say, a small step up, but still a significant one from Rana and Bam. I'm just hoping that the team is not going to be in the mindset of, oh, Dexter's back, we're going to chill now, and he's going to do all the fragging. I hope to see actually Rana and Bam hopefully continue improving over time and hopefully assist Dexter in those aggressive plays. And I think if they can do that, they might have an even better performance heading into the finals. So I hope that they're not going to be just like, we're going to let him carry us right now. I want to see a team effort this time.
Well, I hope it's not like Unicorns of Love, right? Where you just have so many fraggers now on the team. Like, he was even MVP, if I'm not mistaken, for a day. How do they make all these puzzle pieces fit together?
Interestingly enough, it's really difficult to extrapolate exactly how this game could have gone down for a Nexus, right? If you think about the compound that they're in, we actually talked a long time ago about how they're really good at holding down compounds, but that got crazy in that compound. So you can't really say, okay, this team could have had, I'm lagging. You can't really say that, this could have been the easiest situation for them to play out a normal game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the next couple of games for them.
Claris, we were saving the dance off for later on, but I guess now that you're already doing the robot, we can get. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm trying to do it. It looks terrible. I'm feeling embarrassed. Let's move on. Take a look at the schedule. This is awkward watching myself try to dance on stream. As we do have Miramar coming up next, followed up by another Erangel later on. And then we have Sanhok as our 4th round of the day with Erangel to round things off before we do head into a 4-day break to get ready for the finals. But to get ready for the finals, we need to see which 16 teams are going to be getting through. So let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea where the teams currently do stand. And again, my eyes are still always going to be focused down towards the bottom of the table. But for me also, taking a look at the top, I think what is interesting to me is the amount of teams who have one chicken dinner. Xtreme Slayers, LMV, and to still see how high up they are on the leaderboard. Now, I understand there is a big discrepancy between, you know, the top 3 because they have 400 points and down to like number 6 and 7, but I think that's really impressive to have so little chicken dinners compared to everyone else around you and still be contesting up against them.
Yeah, I think it's not only down to just having a chicken dinner. These teams are looking, especially for example LMV Gaming, they had a very strong second Super Weekend and that allowed them to just jump up on the top 8 position, currently in 6, and retain that position right now. But the thing that stood out to me is we already, in that first game, saw Unicorns of Love jump up, and now they're already in top 5 with that one game alone. So that's actually very impressive jump up. So we'll see if they can try and contest with 4 Romanian Boys. But yeah, as you said, right towards the bottom, Vodafone Giants, Nexus Gaming. Skip team having a little bit of a rough one here. Still 4 games, there's still a small chance of it happening. They need to try and get at least a 10-point average every single game, which is not something we've seen a lot from Skip team, actually almost never, I would say, except for the big wins they get from time to time. So we need to see a complete change up for the team if they want to even have the slimmest chance and opportunity to contest with Vodafone Giants.
You know what's even more rough, Max? Vodafone Giants is the only team in top 16 without a win.
That's sad. He's still in Imperium's Emporium. Imagine, man, it's a horrible place, Imperium's Emporium, right? You want to leave it at all costs, and no escape, yeah.
Especially with Imperium in there, you're right. Well,
definitely no escape. You either leave in a bag or you don't leave at all. But let's bring in our commentators. I don't know why this got so grim for our 2nd round of the day. Gentlemen, please don't get locked in and don't get baited into his Emporium. John Allen and Blank join us back here another time. We saw a bloodbath on round 1. I'm assuming we're gonna have a bloodbath on round 2 as well. What do you guys think?
Well, apparently you've already got the bags for it. I mean, goodness me, Jason. You know, talk about macabre ways to kick things off. That's an interesting one. Thank you very much for leaving us with that. Right. But we're going to be bringing a little bit more sunshine to proceedings, of course. That's what we love to do, isn't it, Blank?
We do, so just remember that the bathtub is porcelain and don't bring the hydrochloric acid, John. We don't want that. That's not good. I know we are now slaves to the Emporium, sadly. We are heading straight to
hydrochloric acid doesn't eat through porcelain.
Does it not?
No.
Oh.
No. Are you thinking of the scene in Breaking Bad? Is that the one you're thinking of?
That's the one.
First of all, they use hydrofluoric acid. Which is...
Right, well, so who's the serial killer here? It's definitely John, basically. So, not me. But yeah, so I bet I would be a bad serial killer, essentially. That's what I'm trying to say. And I would not be one of the good killers in this game, that's for sure, because Narvalo, Victor, all these guys are top, including Mickey as well as Rollkiss, all absolutely banging in these games so far. But, you know, SKP, I think the run's over personally. I think it's dead in the water, sadly, for them. But we are heading straight to Miramar. This is a map where it's difficult, it's rough. These teams don't always have the best of times on it. Like, they tend to struggle. Unicorns of Love dropping out very early up towards Trailer Park. Again, this is interesting, and I wonder if they're going to head down towards Vodafone, or like you said, John, is this just one of the cases where they're trying out new things? And if they are, I respect it. Limit testing's great.
Absolutely. I mean, especially in this scenario where you're safe in these positions, you have those opportunities, and you can figure out if you can push the boundaries a little bit. So we'll have to
give it a go.
Those boundaries do get a little bit of a shove.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, going on there. Ooh, hello.
Hang on.
There's the boundary.
Ooh, I'm lagging.
About a little bit further.
That's true. Let's go a little bit further beyond. You can see there your damage dealt on your screen. Mickey, 13k. Bloody hell. He's really striking out for big at the moment. I think that for Mickey in particular, he's pretty much always first to face for the team. That can go very wrong sometimes, but more often than not, it does work out. And I think that's kind of the risky maneuver he goes for. We are seeing right now Team Doom and a few other teams just all duking it out in El Pozzo, all deciding, you know what, it's time to fight. We fight now, yes.
Everybody wants El Pozzo. Wow, okay. Yeah, how many is that? That's 5 teams pretty close by. I mean, Vodafone Giants, they look like they want to head a little bit further south, but that is a lot of action on Miramar as well. There you go, Chasmat Gaming, we're on board with them. Currently still all 4 players alive. Oh, sorry. No, it's Team Doom who lost a player there. You can see action has already gone down in the El Pozzo summit so far on the northwestern side. Just a little bit further to see if they can keep alive for the rest of them.
Yeah, I think for Chazmac, this will be an interesting game for them in particular, just playing with 3 overall. Like, you know, this is a team that highly prioritizes having 4 in those last circles. They love to play as that, and they will wait. And I think that this will be an interesting opportunity for them to figure out how playing with 3 is, because they're already patient as is. So you wonder, is that patience going to be stretched to its extreme to the point of inaction with just 3 players? We'll have to wait and see how that does work out in the end. But overall, it's going to be an interesting game. Already Unreal takes a quick knock from Chazmac, so they're very, very willing to take these fights. I think they want to clear out this team from where they are in El Pozzo, so they can continue to move forward. But it's very unlikely that Unreal's going to get back up again. Team Doom's most likely going to have to leave. Once again, you got Lynn Rollkiss being forward scouts for the guys of Unicorns of Love, whilst Fresh and GK First, the absolute heavy hitters on the team. They're in the armory right now. They're looting up. They're getting ready to go.
I'm surprised that I am really quite surprised that so many teams all of a sudden dropped on El Pozzo. I mean, sure, the playing path was a little bit squonky, but...
Squonky?
Like, you know, there's so many, there's normal drop spots available. I mean, La Coberria, for instance, you know, that's where Dare Sirens were dropping before. Obviously, they're not dropping here now. So, like, why are you challenging for El Pozzo so hard as well? I mean, sure, the Western road for rotations in general is quite a smooth one, but only if there aren't other teams there. And if you see other parachutes come out, I feel like it's an interesting decision for a lot of these teams to try and challenge so hard.
It is, yeah. I mean, I don't know why that made me so sad when you said the Dare Sirens just aren't dropping there anymore. I was like, I kind of miss them, honestly. I kind of miss them.
That's all right. They're on Twitter.
Yeah. They're on Twitter, yeah. I can just check there. I'll have to pick one. Again, still favourite logo. We'll have to jump myself a quick jersey some point. I mean, I'm part of the Emporium now, so
you know,
I have to get jerseys.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But
it's the work.
I still have a problem with the fact that Deus is Latin and Sirens are Greek mythological creatures.
Stop. I know this. I've accepted it now. The guys on the desk...
I mean, you tell that to Jason, okay? Not our Jason, the one who sailed the Argo.
Yes. Not the cool Jason.
Yeah, the cool Jason.
Right? The cool Jason.
Not the super lame Jason who's not poggers at all.
No, not USB Kaplan. Yeah, of course.
USB
Kaplan. Look at this game, though. I think that one thing that the Des did talk about quite interestingly was Nexus, right? And the fact that they are fielding Dexter again, who has had a long-term absence from the team. Came down with a little bit of, skivery from Nexus, and finally he's come back to the plate. He's not missed too much on the actual timetables, so he's fine so far. But I think that this could be a very strong team, especially with Dew basically taking up Dexter's place as big man hitter. So I think that with him on board, Nexus is no longer relying on Dexter as much. And I think possibly it might have been a really good change to be like, look, let's take the arguably the best player out the roster. Let's learn to play without him, and then he can come back later. And now the guy in Rana and Bam both were like, we either put up or shut up, right, in this situation. And they have absolutely put up. They've definitely improved. Obviously, having Dew on the team, who is a fantastic player in his own right, has helped. But now Nexus could have a really good shout in the finals, honestly. I'm not even joking when I say that.
All right, fair enough. Hopefully they'll be able to step up a little bit more than they have so far. Obviously, at the moment, they're sat right down towards the bottom of the qualifying teams. Not that they've qualified yet. There's still possibilities. There's still possibilities. But they're 15th place right now. You can see that top of your screen. 163 points over. Have they been in? They've been in 2 Super Weekends, so that's over 30 games. It's decent. It's decent, but it does need a market improvement if they want to play with the big dogs.
No, it's a bit negative. I made a great point.
How dare you contradict that with facts?
How dare you contradict me? Only agree. No, I do agree. It's like, it's one of those things where, see, I'm agreeing with you now. This is how it should be. All right, I'm the nice guy. Wow, okay, fair enough. But yeah, they are in 15th place, but I do think that there is much opportunity for them going forward. There's a fair few mince pies on the plate that they could be eating if they want them.
Love a mince pie. Love a mince pie. And I love a knock from Big as well. Over towards TSC. Right and slap bang in the middle of this next circle blank. They're fighting for position right now. And quite effective it would be too from these next circles. Getting that res up for Tam Tam, and here comes the crash. Big looking to actually maybe not sail right through, but Beast is already up and upon them. Buko is low. They're looking for that heal, looking for that first aid, but gets spotted out and immediately taken down. Beast able to get that one done. Yaya over the hill and far away. Looks like he's on his way to grandmother's house there. Tam Tam on the side of the hill wants to suppress Big, and actually feel like you want to escape from this. Maybe just looking to get towards the buggy, but a difficult road ahead.
Yeah, talking about Nightwish, these guys have got Death Wish with the way that they've actually split up this far. It's difficult. It's difficult to play around with. I think the nade comes through over the top, but not going to get too much. Big really have just rested this position away from TSC's control. Andy was a little slow on the draw for me. He had a nice position towards the beginning of that fight, but it's kind of been squandered now as Big have got very defensible spot. Quick drop to the floor for Beast. Will survive, and now Andy chimes in, but a little too late for him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Big juggling the aggression really nicely there. You saw players. I think it was Beast just dropping down behind the buggy after you take a little bit of damage, and you can just juggle that off to your teammates, and they were able to take down Tam Tam. No casualties as well, which means that they can go straight for this rush on to Andy's position behind the barrel, looking to try and get any damage, but already taken down, and TSC, that's going to put them down to 1. Just Yaya remains.
Yeah, no messing around for Big in this game. Not at all. I think that this is a very coordinated fight. It's like you take the high ground control, you see someone's behind, quickly clear him, and now Jar Jar has to run for the hills at this point in time with a Dorado on board.
Keeping it all nice and tight. Big is the most consistent team in this tournament, I would say. I ran a couple of numbers, and it seems like they are currently the most consistent team in this tournament in terms of keeping a level amount of point scoring. Obviously, they're not set at the top, which means that they aren't getting as many points as Eastern Stars and Game Lord as well, but they are consistently getting good points. There's very few occurrences of them sort of just continually getting those low points, so it's great to see that they're still going on and that they have that discipline in the firefights.
Yeah, I think that's a massive merit to have when you come into finals, though, because if you've got like a flat line when you've got your consistency when we're talking about consistency, like when you got that flat line, it's very nice coming to finals, because even if you don't pop off, like there is still just that potential that other teams fall off, they don't do well, or they blunder in some places. If you're consistent, you could just win the finals just by playing exactly how you were playing before, because some teams have had the ups and downs. And for Eastern Stars, it's even more dangerous, considering, like, as we said before, like they're up and down on a day-to-day basis. Like, if Big can just keep putting up those points over those 3 days, it could be big news for them.
Certainly could, if you'll pardon the pun. SKP team, again, on the lookout for every single point they can scrape into their dish right now. They need to try and get towards the chicken dinners. They pretty much need chicken dinners every time here, or at least top 4 in every game from here on out, and they'll be lucky.
Yeah, I've written them off. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm quite harsh when it comes to my MOTs on teams, and this is a write-off for me.
Not roadworthy.
It's not roadworthy. It's not final worthy right now. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but until they can get that engine started, it's not happening for me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. They look across the rest of this circle right now, of course, with Big taking control of their position early on. They've got a pretty decent central position. You got Chasmat Gaming as well, just southwest of water treatment in a pretty solid spot. To the northeastern side of Hacienda del Patron, Game Lord as well, looking to have a good shout here I feel like these are really good spots to be playing from, and a lot of this central area doesn't have too many massive features that require super coordinated crossing. I mean, there's a little bit of a road in that middle section, but if it shrinks on there, it's not as hard as some of the roads could be.
Basically, it's the south side and the very center, which is difficult because Graveyard, not too fun to play around with. Just south of water treatment, not too fun to play around with. So if it goes anywhere else, it could be a fairly comfortable game for a lot of these teams. But we do get that water treatment circle here. So there is available areas and a fair few compounds to pick up. I think it's mainly like checking out where to go, because if you look up towards the northwest of this circle, like you've got this valley that you've got to cross through when it comes to the actual road itself, which is dangerous to move through. So basically you've got like this almost a snake image through the middle of this circle, which is not enjoyable to play around with. But there is definitely a lot of compounds here, so we could probably get a lot more players in residence safely than you might potentially get if we went up towards Junkyard potentially.
And Delplatron on the south side, being occupied now by Nexus Gaming. You can see them there, just over the heads of Conqueror. Off in the distance. 4 players alive. For a lot of these teams, actually. Chasmac Gaming, they lost Shadowen a little bit earlier on. We saw Team Doom lose to Unreal and Action. TSC really suffering, of course, at the hands of Big. Not too many other teams are down players at the moment. Vodafone Giants, they've lost Sebi.
Yeah, losing Sebi is not fun. I think when you lose like one of your main scouters, like it's a little bit rough for yourself. Game Lord have opted to move towards the center of the circle here, which is quite a dangerous position, I would say. It doesn't afford you very much room to move, and I think for Game Lord at the moment, this is a case of we're gonna post up here, and a lot of these teams around us aren't going to enter our position anyway, because it is dangerous to get towards this position. But if they can make it here early without casualty, fine. But it is just kind of a waiting game now for Game Lord.
Hidan looks to pop out the side of the window there. Octavian looks to challenge, but the spray is good. And Hidan nails the shot over to Octavian. 2 knocks found for Hidan for LMV. But the Eastern Stars have rocked up on the compound, rocked up on the position. And in the meantime, the rest of LMV have left. They've gone all the way away to try and flush out these knocks. And Hidan immediately calls them back. Here's the Eastern Stars in tow. And straight away, LMV respond, trying to stop the back being taken away from them. The Eastern Stars try and rescue their fallen comrades. Big awaiting in the wings as well.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Perks is moving over towards that position right now. You can see on the right side of your screen. Will be flushing out those players. You already see it happen. Hidan, Eastern Stars, Athis goes down. So Eastern Stars down to just 2 players now. And Big off in the distance. I think that, you know, this is a fight that could be cleaned up by Big should they want to take full control of the eastern side. Another 4 Romanian Boys still within the circle. Bazzi takes a knock 2, and now it's up to the Warlord himself.
Ooh, okay, it's going to be penned in behind the wall as well. Makes a break for the Longhouse, and I wonder if they saw that cross. I wonder if they know. It could have been the best move Kapahala could make in that situation. Yeah, there's nades in towards the Longhouse. I feel like they've got to know at this stage. They're popping that utility there. Yeah, they're definitely aware of this position.
Southwest shift here on the circle. Big shift, in fact, will drop down towards Hacienda. And now Big need to make a massive shifty here. For LMV, they're still kind of worried about Kapahala, so they can't move as fast. But a lot of these teams towards the northeast of this are going to struggle because there is quite a big hillside that you need to get up. Moving up with vehicles is probably ideal in this situation. But again, like, there will be teams watching out towards that location. Chasmac, fantastic spot for them. Have a compound to hold out the ridge side. And there's Kapahala. That's why you always got to be worried about this guy, because even when he's backed up against a wall, he's still going to create problems.
Oh my god, no first aids, but he's just taken 2 kills straight away like that. I think actually Miki actually stole one of those kills away, was able to get the flush there. Done out wide, and LMV down to 1 player. Kapahala though, no meds. Gonna really struggle to stay alive here. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it to those crates to get it done. There you go, in the kill feed, Kapahala goes down. Eastern Stars eliminated, but Big can look to guard out Hidan, or probably more likely, they're going to send straight for this next zone because they've got quite a way to go.
Yeah, finding Eastern Stars is almost like finding a poison adder, because even if you do finish out Eastern Stars, you will succumb to the poison at some point on that eastern side. And LMV, certainly have had that happen to them, down to just one player in Hidan now. Big making out with the 4. They're going to rock down towards the south side, opting not to head up towards the east, where it's SKP versus Xtreme Slayers. Somebody takes a bit of damage. There's still shots coming off from all over the place. Alendo also down, and that's SKP, and that is right there, the write-off.
It's the full write-off. I was hoping and dreaming, but that's got to be it. That has to be.
You weren't ready to sign, were you?
I wasn't ready to undersign. You know, I had to do my due diligence, but I feel like I've just done that. And all the research is in. 4 Romanian boys against Big. Now trying to fight off around the vehicles, but only one player, Redox, is there. 2 versus 1 now as Redox hits the deck, but so do the big players. Mihi looks to try and stay alive behind the buggy, and they'll be able to do so. All 4 of Big alive as 4 Romanian boys fall.
Good plays from both these teams, but unfortunately for Romanian boys, not able to hold the position. Like you say, the Nexus are in the wings, ready to take this fight. Currently, there is reses coming through. This could be a great nade from Creator. This guy has caused many problems with these nades. One's close, will take down Big. And then Beast hits the floor shortly afterwards. Now just down to 2, and Time's on the floor. All up to Swave here. It's not looking likely.
Takes some damage as well. Conqueror pushing into the position. Everybody wants a piece. And now Conqueror, after wiping them out, are going to have to take the fight with Nexus. 1 for 1 so far on the crosses across the way. The Valley has bullets ring out over it as it is finally emptied. Creator downed. I don't think either of these teams want to commit fully to this push, to this fight just yet. On the edge of the circle, they need to go a little bit further. Vodafone Giants right in the middle. Super young roster again ahead of these compounds out to the north of San Martin.
Unicorns of Love, again, this is very typical of them. You can see they're split over towards the western side of the map. They're very good at doing this. It's something that pretty much no other team in the lobby does very often, which is these large splits to take control of a lot of land. They're very competent to do it, and it's nice to see that on board right now. But again, looking back down towards Excuse Me's position as well as Game Lord, they're struggling, but Excuse Me have pinched Xtreme Slayers between them and Game Lord. Game Lord want to start chiming in. You can hear the bullets from the backside.
Lob them over the top. We're going to try and keep those nades coming in. And you can see there, Big going down in 11th, but still with 9 points. That's the sort of consistency that I'm talking about. No matter what, they're always making the best of their scenario. And it was unfortunate in terms of the crunch. It was a hard shift for them to move through. Excuse me, are able to make it harder for Xtreme Slayers as well. Too hard, in fact, as they do go down.
Game Lord going to have to scurry along the side of this ridge side or go up onto open ground, which is the difficult part. Akashi, though, once again, playing that pivotal role off in the distance, waiting to see if he can find a quick knock here, but Game Lord just slowly edging their way through. Chazmak Gaming, again, still holding on the top side with 3. They will have to move at some point. Now, this comes straight back to the game on Sanhok yesterday, where they did not take that small tactical retreat and were held in the fight for far too long. So Chazmak Gaming, for me, you know, moving back, getting a smoke train running and trying to get some ground made towards a circle would be ideal. This is a little bit too long for my liking.
So much to worry about. MZ takes a lot of damage, and Excuse Me are really racking up here. Pushing straight on in. Mango right into the fire, and MZ drops immediately, but he's burning. Mango has to fall back. MZ is going to go down to the Molotov there, and Chazmak Gaming lose another player. Trazen and Aza, they've sent for the hills. They are out of there. And Excuse Me take the compound, but at what cost? Are they going to try and get Michi back up here, or are they going to not take the time because Game Lord is right on their heels?
Yeah, Rob's now, I think pretty much the last remaining. They will take him down, and now it's Game Lord out of the game, Excuse Me. They do make it out alive, but there's players out in the blue who will most likely go down to it. You can see Prada ticking out very, very quickly. It might be a test to get Michi up again, but you doubt it's going to happen. I think it might just be the 2 players coming through, but Vodafone Giants, they have eyes on this. Excuse Me, have to open up over across very open ground here. You can see Super Young Roster also chiming in. I don't think Excuse Me making it any further.
No, they're caught out in the open here. Not a chance, but they've already got 11 kills on the game blank, and that is a great result to be getting away with. And with their going out in the position, I get 17 points. Let's go with that one. Now the Unicorns of Love, really on a dominant hillside here. This is the benefit that they get for controlling so much ground that you were talking about earlier, Blank.
Yeah, it's difficult because you have to take up these positions early, and like when you're playing towards the outside of water treatment, like this is what I'm saying is that it is so difficult to play that central position, which is why I did find it a little bit odd that Game Lord would take up that position. I guess it does afford you like the highest chance to be in the circle, but again, like crossing over to this western side, so hard. For Unicorns of Love, they played it very slow, eking out any control they can get on the western side, which means that they've had a fairly comfortable approach into this circle, and now they can play this ridge side up towards Vodafone Giants, but they will have to contend also with Conquerors who have a beat on the position. Good smokes coming through from Unicorns of Love, though, to deny some sight lines. You love to see it.
Stopping Conqueror from getting that full pepper, and actually their attention's turned over towards Super Young roster, who again are going to have to move. Everybody starting to make these maneuvers now as Unicorns of Love probably the furthest into this next circle now. Conqueror have a really tricky time of it. They need to get to that ridge that you just saw in front of them to be able to leapfrog themselves into a separate position within the circle. The hillside's very dangerous out here. There's very little cover to be had. It's all on the divots.
Yeah, for Unicorns of Love, really their only problem is Vodafone Giants. If they can efficiently keep using these smokes and the cover from the vehicles to keep Conquerors at bay, then Super Young roster will most likely do the majority of the work for them. But right now, it's all about survival for Unicorns of Love. They don't have to do too much other than get those knocks down towards Vodafone Giants, which they're currently doing. Excellent stuff.
If they can control that, they can sweep down the left flank of the hill for them and take up position on a nice ridge line that's right in front of the Vodafone Giants that they can't take right now because Unicorns of Love are watching them. It's a little bit of a standoff there, but two of the forward players for Unicorns of Love have gone down. Ali trying to keep that spray going on the side swipe for Conqueror, but Conqueror want to mount the hill. They want to go up towards the Unicorns of Love as Vodafone Giants make their break as well. Everything's starting to fall into place for Unicorns of Love to be going down. Clink needs to fall, but it's not going to happen. Fresh doesn't connect. Reeves nades over the top on towards Unicorns of Love's position, and the backstop is not there. Flushes looking all the more likely to come through here as GK First and Lin hiding behind this US.
Yeah, I think for these two guys, they're most likely dead now. It's all down to Fresh at the moment. I think that was smart from Super Young roster, you know, because they just allowed the guys from Conquerors to cross, and now they're trying to get further into the zone towards Vodafone Giants' position, which could set themselves up for success versus Conquerors in the late game. Unicorns of Love now out, but Vodafone Giants are doing a fantastic job to keep Super Young roster at bay.
They had incredible initiative there to push up to this ridge side. It wasn't available to them before. Unicorns of Love were covering it, but as soon as they were in a really sticky spot, they know they have to move back. Unfortunately, Conqueror mounts the hillside as well as Super Young roster crunching in around the edge. It was just a little bit too late to be taking this ridge side, unfortunately. Vodafone Giants suffering heavily there. You can see Pokus, last remaining player, not knocked for the squad, and that's going to be the flushes coming through. Conqueror, they played mischief in that final circle last time around, but now they're a full fighting force. 4 players up against Super Young roster.
It's again that kind of mischief though, like they're very good at selecting their fights and where to go and when. So this is what makes them such a good team. It would be beautiful to see them get a chicken dinner here because I think that they have played decently well coming off the back of like not the most amazing couple of weeks. Like they've come up in form, but now they need to keep it going. Sick hits the deck and will hit the floor shortly afterwards.
And another knock on the back line. Just a loosh now for Super Young roster. They are not in the circle. Control exerted by Conqueror. 10 kills on the game is ready for them to be able to take this one home. And they're pushing to the front side of the circle. They don't want to wait for it. They aren't going to let this chicken dinner get cold. They want it hot, they want it spicy. The nades pouring over the top, the sprays coming through towards Super Young roster, and they are able to claim Miramar for the chicken dinner.
They'll take that $1,000, they'll stick it in the belt. That is good stuff for Conquerors. A very well played game there as well. Super Youngers are taking second place and Vodafone Giants in third. So Vodafone Giants continue to put up those pretty good numbers for themselves to solidify their position towards the bottom of the tables and make sure they go towards that final. I mean, Unicorns will have played that well, but honestly, it just became a case where I think they could have kind of just ignored Conquerors altogether and then tried to deal with them later. Again, they had a lot to focus on. I think when the second player went down from that forward position, it was done and dusted. Perhaps they could have used their vehicles a little bit better to cover themselves in that position, but it was a rough spot that they had to play in in terms of where the other players were in that circle. Again, though, well done Conquerors. Really nice game. And again, getting towards the end circles all the time and finally picking up that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, fantastic stuff. But Unicorns of Love, I mean, you said it before, they're going to get quite a few points off that game as well, and that's going to really aid their chase to actually step up. And I think it was the desk was saying that they're really looking towards 4th as a potential finishing spot here, with 4 Romanian Boys going down a little bit earlier on as well. That's going to make things a little bit easier, and seeing if they can jump up into 4th, I mean, that would be phenomenal. To have 15 games less and to come 4th in the lobby would be an insane achievement for Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, they are just pumping numbers at the moment, and that's fine. As long as they can keep doing that, it's great. They can keep swinging up towards the top of the tables. I think for Unicorns of Love, ideally, they'd like to finish their last day of Super Weekend on a chicken dinner. That would be probably the icing on the cake for them. But I do think that, you know, going forward, I do want to see more of this playstyle from Unicorns of Love, which is extremely split, but also exerts a lot of control without losing out too much of survivability, because they're able to hold these positions fairly comfortably as a solo. And I think Lin has really reined in a little bit for the team, and that I appreciate.
Yeah, it seems like they have figured out that split. They were doing this split a while for like quite a while, and it wasn't working as well, right? And
yeah,
they've improved. I mean, I feel like that's pretty self-evident, but they absolutely have improved. But that comes with sort of the asterisk of like, this team is a team that we expected to come out of the gates absolutely rampaging, right? And they just didn't. So whilst we say, sure, they've improved, this is the level that we were expecting sort of almost from the start. So it's great to finally see that.
Yeah, 100%. But I think that's what happens when you have such big names all thrust onto one team, right? Everyone's trying to prove themselves. Everyone knows they can do extremely well. Everyone's trying to figure out their responsibility within the team. And I think that some of those players have to take a back seat to the action sometimes and play a crucial role. And it's difficult to figure that out, again, when you have a team comprised of extremely strong players, and they needed time. I think for a team where, you know, you work together because you know the only way you're going to get stuff done is together, they can improve at an accelerated rate because you're actively working on that teamwork all the time, because it's what brings you wins. But if you're a team like Unicorns of Love, who each player in their own right can get a chicken dinner on their own, just look at Fresh, GK First, for example, and Rollkiss now, in fact, like, it's difficult to find that relevance, to find that importance on your own. And I think it has taken them a little bit of time, but they're starting to nail it now. Like, that is a strong hammer they've got going on, and they're hitting the nail on the coffin with one swoop.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They are hammering it home. Just a single strike. I mean, that's what you want. I don't know if you hammer nails a lot, Blank, but if you can get a nail driven in fully in one hit, it's the best feeling in the world. I'll tell you that much. You feel, you feel complete. You feel satisfied with your life.
Power,
absolutely,
complete power. Yeah, honestly, I think that I moved into a new place recently, so I've been doing a lot of hammering and building things. So yeah, it's been a tough life, but I'm starting to get that same Unicorns of Love power behind my back. That whole 4 horsepower coming through here.
But that's the thing, right? Driving a nail requires not only power but accuracy, and that's what Unicorns of Love have regained as well. Of course, Conqueror demonstrating incredible power and accuracy in that game, getting themselves the chicken dinner. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, as we've had our second round finish off, and Conqueror have taken home a chicken dinner and also an extra $1,000 themselves, which they could spend if they wanted on a 1+9. Maybe they get them for free. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? But one thing I do know, you can get your charge on all day in 15 minutes from OnePlus. Fantastic thing to have, especially when, funny enough, it's about 15 minutes between rounds. So if you ever run low on battery, just pop that bad boy in, and you're going to be sitting there full charge, ready to go, ready to frag out. And speaking of fragging out, let's take a look at our match rankings, get an idea of how many points the teams did get for themselves. And Conqueror in particular, you know, gentlemen, we didn't have them play, I believe it was in week 2. I feel like I've almost forgotten about this team and kind of forgotten how strong they can really be.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you got a very strong roster, especially when you have Reeves on your side that's been doing so good. Vito also on top of that. This is a roster that when we started this PMPL, we expected more things from them, I believe. And we even saw the prediction earlier, right? We saw that Conqueror, if they actually played that Super Weekend they missed out on, top 5 would have been a possibility. And with results like this, a top 4 even could have been around the corner and been able to overtake for Romanian Boys. So it was a good finish. They took the perfect fight versus Unicorns of Love on the western side to get control of the high ground. The moment they got that position, Vodafone Giants and even Super Young roster had just no chance of taking home that win. So yeah, Conqueror being very opportunistic in that circle to get the best spot to close it off.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, we're at like the 400 meters hurdle here, the kind of relay race, and for Conqueror, it feels like they've been passed the baton here towards that last 100 meters, and all of a sudden they are running away with it. I mean, they had a decent game in the previous one as well. So for them to be able to show this kind of form, which we, again, are very understanding that they are capable of this kind of form just before the finals as well, I think it bodes well for them going into the finals.
Well, as we talk about going to the finals, SKP, a team that unfortunately we don't think anymore will have a chance to get there, since you saw Vodafone Giants on the front page with double-digit points and SKP getting 0, falling further and further behind, unfortunately. But Eastern Stars as well not having a good round here, neither for Romanian Boys. And honestly, I do want to legitimately ask you this question and get your thoughts on it, because obviously we know who's getting through now into the finals, and there is money on the line for chicken dinners. But I'm curious, do you feel like some teams have taken their foot off the gas and just kind of relaxing and kind of just enjoying the play right now? Or do you think we're still see teams mostly still trying to learn, still trying to figure out what to do, still trying to improve?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I mean, as you said, right, you got still that $1,000 per chicken dinner. So that alone, I hope that teams are taking this as seriously as possible. And the other reason, and we touched upon this a few times, right, how this is still a great opportunity to train before heading into the finals. I do believe that there might be a few teams that have relaxed a little bit, like, okay, we made it into the finals. This has been now an entire marathon of 3 weeks of play. Let's just relax a little bit and just play for fun. I wouldn't be surprised some teams go down with that kind of mentality, but I still think this is the best opportunity to prepare for the finals. So play to your best potential, I would say, and hopefully they can get themselves some extra money and even a better opportunity to perform in the finals.
My perspective is, especially these last 2 games, we'll also take a look at this damage that's come in, is that the last 2 games have looked more chaotic, I want to say, in terms of the fights that have been going down than maybe some of the other previous games. And why is that? I feel like teams haven't necessarily let their foot off the pedal by any stretch of the imagination. I think teams are throwing a few different ideas out there and maybe crashing onto a compound that they may have not crashed into before and seeing if they can make that work out, or being a bit more aggressive across a ridge line and see if that's working out. Because again, the 15 out of the 16 teams here are going to be in your final. You're going to be playing against these teams. Let's throw some stuff at the wall, see what sticks, maybe use that in the final.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think maybe teams are more hesitant to go for fights that they previously wouldn't, because again, they don't have that pressure. Yeah, experiment. I mean, if it's not in college, then it's going to be here. As we're going to take a look now at another team in particular, Conquerors, you see having 2 players in our top 3. I was curious, how has their performance been here in the Super Weekend compared to when we saw them in the first week? I'm going to take a look at their stats between the 2 and just get an idea. Is it the Conqueror that's kind of carrying things over? As you said before, Max, they are going to be top 5 if they, get the predicted points correctly. And actually, they're basically on par. A little bit better performance in the first week, but they're playing basically just as well.
Yeah, just as well. Apparently, a little bit more damage coming out. That's the one improvement you can currently see for this team. But still, an average kills of 5. When you see stats like this, and I think I'm not the only one to think here, this one, James, you would not expect a team with stats like this in the first and third Super Weekend to not make it into a Super Weekend. Of course, say the same thing about Vodafone Giants, but stats like this, you expect this team to play every single Super Weekend and to be a top contestant into the finals. So the fact they didn't make it with stats like this surprises me even more.
Yeah, I can only agree. I really feel like it was such a sadness fell over me when they actually didn't qualify into that second Super Weekend, considering the form that these guys are able to show. I can't quite remember exactly what was going on in that second league play stage, but it's fair to say that clearly things were just not working out for them, be it the circle shift, be it their rotations into circles. But yeah, they're, in my mind, they're still definitely a contender for the top spots, but I mean, there's Unicorns loving the thing and they're going to win everything, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Good. It's good. You got Unicorns of Love. I think that's the only point we really need to make it, yeah.
Okay. Well, bold predictions. Maybe not so bold, but one prediction I want you to give me. Who is our top fragger across all Super Weekends?
If Unicorns of Love played it, I would have said GK first, but they didn't, so I'm still going to go with Narvalo. It was, what, almost double kills at one point ahead of Victor, so I think I might go with Narvalo on this one.
I still also have to go with Narvalo.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's take a look, actually. I kind of hope it's not him now, just to kind of mix things up, because that would be astounding. Like you said before, we did have him have a lot more kills than other people, but actually,
Nice, yeah.
Mihi, credit to Mihi and Beast. I didn't realize they crept up so hard.
I mean, yeah, that's mainly down, of course, when you're looking at their performances of Team Big in general, down to the last 2 days they had in the second Super Weekend. Got himself a lot of wins on that day, got himself especially a lot of damage coming out from Mihi alone. So I'm not surprised to see them doing so high, but Eliseo could still be up there. Like, he trying to get back-to-back here, MVP from Season 1 into Season 2, but him not being here in this final Super Weekend is definitely going to hurt that chance. We'll see in the finals if he can try and play catch-up a bit. But I'm happy to see Muzi especially. We talked about Papi and we talked about Holes for Xtreme Slayers. Muzi being up there, even though he's not an explosive player, but when he gets a good game, it really shows in the amount of kills and damage he takes home. So I think that Muzi is definitely the surprise of the top 5 here.
Number 6, number 8, number 9, Kapahala, Octavian, Athos. They have about 150 kills between those 3 players, 149 obviously, but that's pretty ridiculous. The only team with 3 players in the top 10 overall. I think that's a very dominating thing, and kind of what you were talking about before, Claris, about Eastern Stars having these 4 players who can just frag out.
Yeah, they're an explosive team. They really are. You could never really kind of go into a fight with them thinking, yep, this is going to be a cakewalk. It's really not going to be. They have a lot of potency behind them, so not too surprised. I mean, you were mentioning Xtreme Slayers here before as well, Max. It's funny because we were having this conversation about which is the most improved team during all of this and stuff like that, and I could not pick a team. I could not pick a team. There was like 4 or 5 teams I was thinking about. It might be Xtreme Slayers, considering how much stock I did not put in them in that first week, but I'm still undecided.
Miramar, you're very good at putting money into stocks. Max, actually, on that note, my team was, I mean, I did the cop-out pick, right? I went with Unicorns of Love because it's a pretty big improvement from not qualifying to being one of the most dominated and would have been the strongest team if they did qualify for the first Super Weekend. But we see Erangel coming up next, followed up by Sanhok and Erangel once again. Max, man, your quick thoughts, though, on what we were just talking about. Most improved team.
I thought we were going to go on to a prediction here. No, the most improved team that I picked, actually, I went with Excuse Me, actually, because as I talked about at the start of this PMPL, I saw them playing PMNC, and this team looks so much more confident going into this PMPL and how they improve from week to week until now. Of course, there's still improvements, but they're always silent in the background. They've always been the #1 team, best performing team in every Super Weekend, but they're getting just enough points to be a very big contestant, I would say, in the finals. Top 5 to make it into the EMEA Regional Championship. I think they could potentially barely make it in, so I think Excuse Me was a big surprise to me in this event.
Well, speaking of improvements, we got to bring in some new commentators. So you two have to get out of here. So we can bring them in. Get ready for our 3rd round of the day. Let's bring in Copter and Imperium. And gentlemen, maybe your thoughts on the most improved teams so far here within PMPL.
It's a really good question. I would have to say my most improved team is LMV. Yes, they definitely dipped in that 3rd week, but that massive improvement from week 1 to week 2 just could not be unjustified in my eyes, and it was just a real show of strength and ability from them as a team. What about yourself, Copter?
Well, I think I just have to back you on that one. I mean, you know the stats so well. You have been watching those very heavily, so I'm just going to back you off on that one.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Thank you. 3 rounds to go. The final 3 rounds of the PMPL League stage. We've got opposite ends of the spectrum. You got the fight for first place. Copter 22 points dividing the top 3, and then you've got a massive, probably unrealistic push for SKP to in any way catch up with Vodafone Giants and Nexus down at the bottom of the standings and try to secure their spot in the PMPL finals.
And that is definitely an interesting situation. I mean, we saw yesterday that the teams were fighting already, but yeah, I think the gap is just growing too big. But of course, things can still happen. But Skip team, they have to absolutely blow on these last 3 matches of the weekend, because otherwise they will, I mean, they will need, what is like 51 points actually. So that's a lot of points. So they will need like double digits all the way. And you know, hopefully chicken dinners and double digit amount of kills. So that's gonna be helping out.
They need 18 points per game without Vodafone Giants scoring any points in the last 3 games. SKP need 18 points per game in these last 3 games, and currently across all of the super weekends they have an average of 4.2.
Yeah, that's, as we mentioned, a huge improvement is needed. But yeah, I mean, sometimes some teams, they perform well under pressure. We'll see if Skip T is going to be one of those teams that actually can find the missing performance while they're really needing those points. Maybe it's a Skip Sunday.
It could be a Skip Sunday. They would have to really channel their inner phase, right? You definitely get that reference. But the phase 1 is upon us. It's complementary to the playing path, but it's also shades of what we've seen time and time again in the PMPL. That river in the middle. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go south? Who's going to get kicked in the face? Who's going to get gifted?
Yeah, true. Well, the southern side seems, at least on my eyes, a little bit bigger, so it's definitely a place where we can expect to have teams like piling around Rorschach area, school apartments, those like hot properties on the southern side of the river. Big, as always, starting from the north, they are completely fine. They don't have anybody else than the Unicorns of Love on the northern George Ball, so they have that area. Some teams might make the rotation already on the northern side. And well, I mean, we saw yesterday circles that were going like back and forth as well. So it's a very hard decision, and every time when the river is in the play, it's not a gamble, but in a way it is still. For that, which side of the river you're gonna be choosing.
Kind of key areas of this phase 1 that I'm looking out for is the Cube compound just outside of the George Paul region, Watertown, the compound to the north of Watertown, the very northern tip of Rozhok, and then just outside of Yasnaya.
Yeah, Rana's opening fire towards the LMV guys on the shack. There's gonna be some damage dealt as well, as we can see. He's gonna be going for it, actually. No, he's gonna just leave from the scene. We'll actually at least change the angle, if nothing else. The guy's gonna be hiding behind the shack. There's gonna be a 1-knocked player. So yeah, he definitely wants to get more out of the situation. We'll open the fire, we'll find Laugh. That's 1 player now completely out of the picture, and just Talon remaining inside of it. The question is, can Talon actually survive from the situation? Because more Nexus players, they are coming to the scene. They are holding that hilltop, and Talon, I mean, the situation doesn't look good.
He's just hoping on a wing and a prayer. He hasn't got any heals. Rana and Dewey sending it in just to try and deal the damage. Shotgun with the knock. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I am forced to question what were LMV doing in that area. I know the plane path wasn't exactly complementary to their drop spot, but in my eyes, you should know that Nexus drop around that area, so it's a big risk.
Yeah, the 2 other guys there just leaving from the scene. They will be heading towards the ferry pier and maybe even all the way to Primos. They just want to get as far away as they can from this whole situation. They're gonna forget that, and I think we just pointed this out, guys, that they have been like improving the most, so we don't see it happening here right now. But you know, I mean, we have seen 2 players, like for example the 4 Romanian boys yesterday getting a chicken dinner when they have 2 early defeats towards them. So maybe they can build something still from here. They just have to like rebuild like very heavily, go get the loot, and then just like take a complete fresh mindset for the whole situation. I think that's what they need to do. But they are quite far away from the circle, so they will be coming to the circle quite late. That Rorschach area that I mentioned, now we can see that, of course, Xtreme Slayers, they are on that area, but also Excuse Me is now moving, so kind of like not any huge rotations are starting, but at least like some minor movement happening on the map that some teams are, you know, just try to start the movement quite early, actually.
I've been very impressed with Conqueror so far today. A second place and a chicken dinner. 47 points across the first 2 rounds. And I loved when Jason asked the desk about, you know, how are the teams going to be approaching this last day, whether you're taking it seriously, releasing the shackles. It's always, to me, going to be different for every team. Some teams are going to take it looser. Some teams are going to use it, as Maxman said, as a way to really train an element of their gameplay. Kyle Harris highlighting his points. For Conqueror, they've had a turbulent PMPL overall. For a very strong team and one of the strongest teams, they have had not the easiest of PMPLs for themselves. Didn't qualify for the second super weekend. They really failed to find their flow, I think, Copter. So this very last day, heading into the PMPL finals next week, for them to end on a very strong, consistent note would be extremely beneficial for their confidence.
Yep, definitely. That is exactly the question that has been also circulating on my mind, because we have seen a lot of teams that they are not really stable. They have like good days, they have bad days, they have good weekends, they have bad weekends. And I mean, this is the third super weekend, so kind of like it's fine if you qualify for the grand finals. But on the grand finals, I mean, you just can't afford. You have to have your best weekend. I mean, you can't have that level of inconsistency on those finals. So I really hope that the teams who make it to the grand finals will find the form and will find the level of performance which has been the peak performance all across all of the super weekends. That's the only way to succeed on there. And the team that's going to be finding it, they will be most probably very high on the scoreboard. I gotta highlight Conqueror. They haven't been good being stable, but I think Big, they have been quite stable, at least lately. I mean, the first weekend wasn't the greatest, but still it wasn't like super bad, and they have been just improving all the time. And even though they are just all the time, you know, staying there on the top, we might not notice them as the teams that are improving, because they haven't like made any huge leaps on the scoreboard, no magical moments. But I think the gameplay for Big, it has been all the time improving still.
It's Big have been like one of those 70s, 80s washing machines that just keep on running. They just don't give up. They might need a little bit of a kick or a push to get going again, but as soon as they get going, they're fine. Big are that kind of team, and watching them perform so consistently while still improving across this PMPL has been a massive delight. But Copter teams are slowly starting to rotate into this circle, heading towards the central area. I like Xtreme Slayers push across to the northern side of the river, but it's not quite deep where they don't have sightlines on the riverside.
There's actually quite many teams on the northern side of the river. Of course, Big, as they started from the Unicorns of Love, they're moving from the western side. Super young roster, they're currently holding the key buildings. Jasmak, which we can see on the pictures, they are not on the northern side. They're actually quite far away on the southern side of Yasnaya still, so they're just about to start the rotation. I think they scouted some information, and now they will just fire those buggies. Maybe they are just like the old washing machines. You said the buggies. I think that these cars, they have taken a lot of beating on the Erangel during the past years, so they are still moving at least for a while. And I would hate to be that guy who's actually, you know, the game is ended, we have to repair all the cars because they exploded on the last game, and now they're rolling again.
Getting into phase 2, TSC moving in on the east. You have Eastern Stars and Chazmak fighting up against each other. Quite an important fight for Eastern Stars. They lost their second place in the standings to Big after the previous game. 9 kills, or 8 kills, I believe, secured by Big in the second round of the day, and they got that all-elusive 1 placement point. But coming up against Chazmak, as phase 2 has popped up, it is on the west, they're outside the circle.
Yeah, it's outside, so they, well, I mean, the blue is not yet here, so they have some time if they want to take if they don't want to take the damage from the blue. And but they're definitely building. There was some casualties, as we saw. We had a knock towards Jasmak at least, and the Eastern Stars, they're definitely letting go from the situation. Jasmak, they want to leave, and that is exactly what they are doing. They don't want to have that fight. They know that it's going to be Eastern Stars. They saw it from the kill feed, so they know that the enemy is definitely one of the most dangerous ones on the lobby. And Eastern Stars, every time when they like pull around some team, they always like build a very nice strategy around the whole situation. We have seen those end situations where they're just always, just getting the coverage, finding all the angles, and just, making the enemies to fall on their hands.
This is the #1 team going up against the #2 team. Times goes for a run over, but Victor is a little bit too clever for that. He does end up getting knocked into return, knocked by Robs in the distance on the Beast to even the score just a little bit more. If Big can win this fight, that could put them so much closer to taking the #1 spot in the PMPL League stage. One player has been taken out, Victor, leaving Game Lord with just 3 players.
Yeah. Well, they have gonna have some casualties. Big, they are just slightly changing their position here. They're not really leaving from the situation. And the team who's gonna win this fight, they're actually controlling the north because there's no other teams on this side. The circle shifted is including the both of the sides. But I think that this position, if the next shift is gonna be coming on the northern side, it's a very strong position, and that's why they're fighting from it. But Game Lob, they decided to leave from the scene, so they have traveled towards the west, and Big, they can just collect the loot and continue their journey.
I think Big have done a good job of fixing mistakes around this northern side of the circle. At times, they've often spread a little bit too heavily and they've been picked off, or there's been times where they haven't really known where they want to go. So being solidified and picking up that kill into Game Lord is a good sign of them improving. As Conqueror, they pick up 3 kills, leaving SKP with just 1 up Orlando, and it's slowly but surely falling apart, and I really respect that Blank in the previous round counted SKP out, recognizing that he's open to be proven wrong, but I can't help but echo his sentiments that SKP, their journey is over in making it to the PMPL finals.
Yeah, that definitely is not going to help with the situation. Conqueror, I think, was Kaling actually getting all those 3 kills as well. At least 2 of them. I think he made a huge performance. I saw nothing else than the Kaling on the kill feed, more or less, when I was looking at it. So definitely a great performance. And I mean, Conqueror, they have so many strong players. Many times we see Vito, we see Reeves, but Kaling is also like having a very huge place quite oftenly, actually. So I think he's a player that is quite often overlooked. He's still like a very important part of that team.
I would argue is probably one of the most improved players across the PMPL. It's a bold statement to make, but it's also a bold circle shift right in the center. The worst thing all of these teams could have asked for.
Yeah, the circle is definitely interesting. I mean, the northern side is still there, but it's smaller. And we have the middle island. We saw what happened yesterday with the middle island. So I'm just thinking that could this be one of those times again? It's always very nice to see. Well, okay, that might sound bad. It's not nice to see when the teams are struggling to get to the zone. But, for the viewers, it's quite entertaining to have some water, some bridges there. I know the players are always hating. It's always the same. Like, all the circles we and the viewers love, the players hate.
Of course. This sadistic side of our casting comes out to play on these kind of circles. We support and love the players, the teams, but we also like to see them suffer. It's one of those kind of S&M type of player relationships. It's absolutely crazy to see how they all deal with it. But that's why I highlighted Watertown as a prominent area, even at the very start of the game. The compound to the north of Watertown, which Xtreme Slayers currently holds on to. One area I didn't mention or didn't consider too much is Ruins, because I think it's a very tricky spot to hold on to, but where 4 Romanian Boys have the very top cathedral area is probably one of the better spots to hold on to.
Yeah, they have some cover there. They have the higher ground as well, so they have a lot of visibility. They can see also on the northern side of the river, so that's why for Romanian Boys the location is so good. TSC, they're kind of like planning to prey on the side. I think they are definitely spotted down. I think they have some casualties here. Jaja and Budo, they have been falling down already from the TSC, so they have to take it carefully. They only have 2 guys remaining, so they cannot afford to have any more casualties. But there's still more teams that are actually not on the zone, and they will still have to pile somewhere over here, and one of those teams is Unicorns of Love. They're actually coming from the western side. Also Team Doom, they're not that far away.
Yeah, Team Doom are rotating now. Unicorns of Love have been solidified around this Everest area for a little bit of time, so they're definitely more ready for a fight than Team Doom are. LMV, they may be down to 2 players, but they are certainly punishing Conqueror outside of the south area. They're now down to just 2, Vito and Jammaz left up just on the very southern edge of the circle.
And what you mentioned about the Skip team and the Vodafone Giants, we spoke at the start of the game, how much points they need. And now with Skip team, they have lost 3 players, and Vodafone Giants, they're actually getting the kills from the southern side. I think that all these points, they are just going to a direction, making the journey for Skip team, well, a very complicated one if they're still with some magical chick wanna pop.
That's a kill by Fresh onto Akashi, which is great for Team Big. They'll take that right to the bank, because they'll hold on as a full squad as Phase 4 shifts over to the east. You still have the tiny river island in play, the very edge of Rosshok and Xtreme Slayers. They're going to actually move away from this compound.
Yeah, the circle, I mean, it's going to go completely on the northern side, more or less, so the small island is still there. And I mean, the circle has been definitely paying us for a longer time, but the spray is going to be coming from Chapman. He wants Chapman Hollow, is going to try to get behind that hill to get some cover, and he will actually make it. But the circle, it is definitely something that, I mean, exactly what I was hoping for.
But we don't see it, but I don't get why Xtreme Slayers moved away from that compound across from Watertown. Yes, it's not on the priority part of the circle, but you have an opportunity to pick up 4, 5, 6, 7 kills. Whereas now they moved across the river into the open, and yeah, okay, they're getting ahead of Super Young roster. Let's see how they deal with the big. They're trying to push back Eastern Stars to second and third. The Warlord Kapahala gets knocked from the vehicle. Athos is going to follow suit. Big are being handed these kills left, right, and center. Athos is going to send it in, but he's going to take, Bazzi, should I say, he's going to get knocked down, and Octavian, he's left on his own. Eastern Stars being picked apart on the northeastern side of the circle. A terrible run for the final day of the PMPL for Eastern Stars.
That is how you hold the building, and now we can see Mishi going for the drive, but we can see Octavian hiding here. Well, we'll be jumping out of the vehicle. We'll try to get that final kill, but the spray from Octavian is going to be connecting. More people are coming. That's going to be Beast, and he's going to fall down as well. They will send it straight on their lap.
Why would you go one by one, Big? Don't throw this! If there's one man to pull it off, it's Octavian, but he gets taken down in the back line. No confirmation, more importantly, no confirmation, and Big will stay strong as a full squad. Mistakes were made, but they'll recover.
A third party is coming though. Game Lord is actually coming to the scene, but now we're going to be witnessing how the Unicorns of Love are going to be fighting with the Vodafone Giants at the same time. But while we're on the kill feed, we might see what's happening with the Game Lord, but they will actually stop the rotation. They will not go for it. They will realize that they're actually reviving already, so Big can probably still save the players, and that's going to be a good thing. But all the pressure, as we can see, Vodafone Giants, Unicorns of Love, Team Doom, they are battling on the western side, and Super Young roster, I mean, they have a decent place to hold any attempts to come on that direction. Here we can see actually Faker Sick just holding the whole place.
Good positioning from Super Young roster. It's still extremely risky. That's why they're throwing out the smoke here, smoke there, that burnt out vehicle. They really need to cover as many angles as possible. But having that core rock area to really hold on to a defensive position with is great as a team spread. Let's see how they can hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love, they will usually find the way. They will actually go for it, straight for the smoke, so they will go very close. They got an initial knock, and they will immediately make the push. They will go further with the vehicles, and they will try to build around the Super Young roster. The Sick needs to defend together with Faker. Just 2 of guys anymore remaining. They're a little bit split here. We can see Sick, 3 guys just circling around it. They will actually drive over, and that's going to be Sicking, just straight jumping to a coffin.
Like a shark circling their prey, Unicorns of Love are just unleashed. Unleashed in this final game of the PMPL. You can see in the kill feed, Nexus have torn, apart. Dexter coming into the Nexus side for the final day. Mango's knocked down. I believe it's Prada just left on his own in the blue. Is gonna have to move around. Orlando from SKP could be a cheeky little third party element in play, but for the time being, Nexus, absolutely nothing wrong with what they're doing on the north side of Watertown.
And the circle, it popped back on the south.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my lord, that is a heavy one. Again, baiting people. I mean, as much as it can, the circle, I mean. So now, yeah, Nexus definitely folding around the skip team. The last guy's gonna be inside, and we can see DB going, just getting that spray on point, and that's gonna be a skip team taken down completely. The Battle of the Watertown has ended, at least for a while, and Nexus Gaming, they're currently controlling it.
And LMV as a duo have that compound that Xtreme Slayers gave up in the previous circle. That's why I questioned what Xtreme Slayers were doing. Yes, I couldn't predict the circle was going to go back down south, but it's still a fantastic compound for a reason.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, nobody can know. The circle is just, well, there's, I would say, some level of randomness on the circle. So I don't think even the best predictor in the world can actually know where the circle's going to go all the way in the end. Of course, we have some clues sometimes, but yeah, not enough, I would say.
Nexus, though, are going to have to hold back their Romanian brethren, 4 Romanian boys who are sticking by the water side. Nade gets thrown out. It's a little bit overcooked by Redox, but Nexus, they recognize that they have to stick together while still holding on to the balance of the angles and not allow 4 Romanian boys to move into the land.
There's a lot of people on the water, as we can see. They're just chilling there, maybe having like a bubble bath at the same time. Game loss gonna be taken down. Xtreme Slayers gonna be trying to hold anybody. Well, not really hold, shoot from the backside actually, who's on the river. Mishi just chilling on the vehicle. We can see Xtreme Slayers just trying to find those players, but Big, they are still holding those vehicles underside of the water. So they're actually still on the cars. And now I think they're trying to get those vehicles all the way on the other side. I don't know if it's gonna be actually possible, but at least they're trying to do something with the vehicles and they kind of like have some cover. And the vehicles, they will provide the cover that they cannot be shot from the water that easily.
Lovely shots by Dewey just to send that message to Unicorns of Love saying, hey, watch where you're peeking on the top of the hill. I don't mind that players decided just to full send it into the river with those vehicles. I'm not a fan of it, but I get that desperate times call for desperate measures. Xtreme Slayers did move into the land a little bit earlier, so they're at least able to try to take advantage of it.
And the circle again, hard shifting on the southern side. TSC is going to be taken down. Beak is going to be trying to now land on the middle island, and they will still have to make one cross on the completely on the southern side of the river. But now they will try to get some kills. They will spot Muzi hiding behind the smoke right next to the tree. Muzi, not as the last player, but the only player currently on the land. The other one is going to be still on the water, and they will try to hunt down that player. So it's up to Muzi to try to hold down Beak, taking that island side from him.
LMV, their small compound across from Watertown, is now officially out of the circle, but that area is by no means not possible to control, so LMV should be able to do something with that. The 4 Romanian boys becoming the bridge trolls of this game should be able to gatekeep Unicorns Aloft from entering into the circle along with the help of Nexus.
A lot of people trying to get on the water, and 4 Romanian boys, they're holding the bridge from the downside, so that's the Unicorns a lot. They will spot them down. They were sending one vehicle on the water, and that is, of course, what they want to defend, that the guys won't get those guys down. So Fresh and GK first, they're swimming already, and 4 Romanian boys. I mean, Rocktis is already on the other side, actually, and that's a good move as well, so that could make a difference.
Conqueror eliminated. I think great movement from Unicorns of Love. They threaded that perfectly around when to send players across the water. Chazmak being punished by Nexus, using their high ground roof side plays of Watertown to their advantage to pick up kill after kill after kill. 6 so far for the Romanian side as Chazmak whittled down to just a duo. Fresh being put down to the ground. He's eliminated, I believe, by Big, who are coming across the way. They want to get into the thick of this action.
Yeah, and I think Unicorns of Fly actually took down the whole 4 Romanian boys. I mean, there are 4 guys behind on that bridge, and they didn't lose anybody by crossing 2 rivers at the same time as well. So a very impressive move from them. And now they're trying to use the same strategy as the 4 Romanian boys towards the Xtreme Slayers and the other guys who are coming from the other side of the river.
That's a kill for GK. Xtreme Slayers put down to just a solo, but Big, like you said, making it to the same vicinity, to the same area. You have Beast towards that northern side, the edge of the coastline, the crevice of a position. If he can make it onto land, can do some wonderful things. Mihi goes in, steps up, gets a knock on the Rokas. Surprise, mother trucker! And now he's going to go back into the water so he can be in the safety of the mermaids and the fishies in the sea. Lynn trying to heal up in time. Muzi from behind looking to get some shots off in the coastline. The next circle about to pop up.
Yeah, I mean, Big is trying to do the same for Unicorns of Law, which they did for the Romanian Boys. We'll see. We will see if they're gonna be successful in it. But Unicorns of Law, they know the tricks. They're gonna be defending this area. They know it's gonna be very vital for them if they want to keep alive. But there's gonna be a lot of damage. B's gonna be trying to do something about it, and we'll get Ilin down. We'll find the second player from the smoke, and that's gonna be Rocket falling down as well. B's getting those knocked, but now it's gonna be traded by GK first.
Oh my lord! I believe that's a nade from Nexus to finish off Unicorns of Love. A third party is suing. Indeed, Dexter whittle things up, gets a golden nade of God. You said they know the tricks. Well, you know what? Dexter had a treat for them in the form of a nade. 5 teams are left. Happy Halloween, baby. Let's go. Big are still alive. They're on 17 kills. Big are on 17 kills. That is absolutely amazing as LMV finish off Chazmak, as do LMV get taken out.
That's a big amount of kills, I would say. LMV is going to be taken down. We can see the Xtreme Slayers. They will try to go for Big, and they will find something, but only one player remaining, and Big is will take it down as well. So it's coming down to Nexus versus Xtreme Slayers. Can Xtreme Slayers take another one? It's going to be a hard one. And Nexus, of course, I mean, that water wall position, you mentioned it, Imperium. It was so important.
It was so important, and they played it so well. 1v4, they're sending it in, they get the kill, and they get the chicken dinner. Nexus close things out in round 3.
I think they got a huge amount of kills as well. I mean, they were getting double-digit amount of kills. So Nexus, one of those teams that we still, like, a couple days ago mentioned that they actually, well, not really battling, but anyways, like, in somewhere on that line that they could be taken down by, for example, Skip Team. But they have definitely stepped up during the last week, and I think they have been playing just, I would say yesterday the matches were quite normal, maybe a small improvement compared to the past. But today, this game shows that they are, again, like, able to get those points and probably increase the gap towards the Vodafone Giants as well.
Yeah, they seem to be playing that little bit extra, a little more heavily as a team in rotations, in positioning, and the communication seems to be there a lot more than at the start of the PMPL. I know the reasons around why Dexter wasn't playing PMPL for a period of time with the Nexus boys, but it's great to see him coming in on this final day, making things up with the team, and there's no doubt about it, Dexter is an amazing player. It was just at the wrong time, in the wrong extent, but now with Dewey stepping up to the plate with that level of synergy, hopefully showing, that chicken dinner is a real big product of how hard they've clearly worked on things as a team.
Yeah, I think it's just like when you go to a restaurant and you order something. Yeah, I'll take the hamburger and a fries, and then they usually use ketchup. But this time they chose tobacco instead. So they're going to have a little bit more spice in the mix, and that's going to be showing on the server as well. So great job from Nexus. And just like you said, Imperium, I mean, the water wall position, it was perfect. And of course, the questions why some of the teams decided to leave from that place earlier, those can be, of course, easily raised at this point, because Nexus, when they took the water wall, they kind of like secured the win with that. They just hold the place. There was nobody trying to get it, well, nobody was able to get it away from them. And in the end, we saw how important that location was all the way till the end.
Looking into the highlights, I think a lot of what we will see in these highlights is big. 17 plus kills they got in that game with a third place. They want that PMPL League stage first. They want that title. They want that extra prize money. Out of Eastern Stars and Game Lord, who, to be perfectly honest, have somewhat thrown the first 3 rounds of this final day. Big haven't. They got 8 points, in which the majority was kills in the first round of the day. They got 9 points in the second round, which 8 of them was kills, and in this game they got 17 kills with a boatload of placement points. As far as I know, that should even put them in the first in the overall standings.
Yeah, now it was big on the highlights. I mean, that B is holding that garage compound almost completely single-handedly. I think after they went for the last guy, Octavian, on the Eastern Stars, that was, of course, was an interesting situation. Maybe they decided to just go for it and, get that kill. And fortunately they were not punished too heavily, so there was no third parties coming. But also regarding the circle, I mean, we spoke about the circle, that always the circles which are entertaining for us and the viewers, well, they are the ones which the players are hating. And then you said that you love to see the players suffering a little bit. I'm just wondering, like, maybe, you know, if the esports commentating is not a thing for you, maybe you could start to be as a dentist and start the Imperium's tooth empire.
Just so I can really get to the, you know, to the crux of the pain and the sadisticness of people. I'm not that bad of a person. I just, you know, the whole yin and yang, good and evil, there has to be that balance. So as much as I support the teams, I'm a little bit evil as well. But Unicorns of Love throughout this game, Copter, they did, I think, play those circle shifts really well, moving from that west side across the river, taking out 4 Romanian Boys, which you correctly noted, was pretty spot on.
Yeah, it was a very impressive move. I mean, coming from the water, getting the whole team away from that, I would say a pretty strong position under that bridge. They were just holding and trying to get all the swimmers out of the equation. But yeah, I mean, Big, they played it right. They came from multiple different directions and they actually managed to land on the other side of the water and then just play it right and get the guys down. Of course, they had some nades and sprays that were helping with that situation, nades especially. But still, without having any casualties, getting all the 4 players away under that bridge, it is definitely an impressive move.
We're past the halfway mark of the final day of the PMPL League stage. We pretty much have our 16 teams solidified for the finals, but there is still that race for the first place overall. We're going to go to a quick break. Jason, Maxo and Colaris, they'll break the craziness of the third round down.
Seems like Dexter's brought some good luck to the Nexus crew as they pick up a chicken dinner, get another $1,000 into their pocket, closing things out on Erangel, our third round of the day, with 2 left to go before we're finally into our finals, kicking off in a few days' time. Still Jason Kaplan. I also got Colaris and Maxman here joining me on the desk, and Colaris has been begging me and waiting for his opportunity to talk about those zones.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's have more of this same circle over by the river. Give me more. No,
he's going.
No, it was horrific. How do we always end up here? It's kind of crazy. But even then, with us always ending up here, it's funny because Nexus is taking Watertown, and there was, I think, another instance where they had it and unfortunately kind of lost it out towards the very late stages of the game. But for this one, importantly, they do win it out. And they were doing a decent amount of damage from that vantage point, which is so powerful, especially when the circle comes back over towards this position. So, goodbye, Nexus, but by big.
Yeah, 17 kills. That's a kill record coming into that. It could have been a potential game point record if they got himself to win at the end. But of course, they were in the bridge, under the bridge, and they were getting gate kept. I believe it was Musi of Xtreme Slayers that just unfortunately shut down the entirety of Big towards the end. So big heads up to Musi on that play, but Big definitely fragging out big time. And when you look back on the last game that we had a circle similar to this, you had 2 teams that were in a very similar position. It was Big and Unicorns of Love. It seemed like they just knew the circle was going to go there. So they were very proactive in their approach to that position to try and get as much control of the area. So it worked out great for them. 14 kills for Unicorns of Love, 17 kills for Big. It seemed like they know and they cracked the code about these circles a little bit because they know where it tends to go sometimes.
I mean, that's a scary thing, seeing 2 teams put up, I mean, technically 3 teams, let's add in Nexus here, put up this many kills. Though I do feel like for Nexus, though, I think 11's more impactful than seeing Big on 17 or seeing Unicorns 11 on 14, just because we've never seen them frag out, I feel like, this hard. And with Dexter back in the lineup, obviously, we get a lot more fragging potential at the team.
Go for it.
The funny thing is that obviously just before this game we looked at the fact, oh yeah, Narvala #1 in terms of kills and damage, and then Big decides all of a sudden, you know what, let's shake things up a bit, even more with the amount of damage that then kills that they were able to put out. I don't know how many fell on Mihi as well as Beast, but yeah, they've been so consistent throughout this tournament, and arguably, as John had pointed out before, you know, the most consistent team in the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, if they can potentially transition what they did in the second Super Weekend into the finals, I think that first place wouldn't be out of the question for Big, so we'll see how it's going to go. As Dexter just shy of 1,000 damage, almost able to make it up there. I mean, they were in Sunken City for the longest time, but I'm happy that we actually saw Nexus Gaming not just standing still in the compound and not doing anything. They were proactively trying to make sure no team could actually cross that riverside and cross that bridge. So I think that for that alone, they deserve a lot of respect, because we saw some teams that maybe were a little bit passive in that position. I think back on Dear Saren's not really going out there to frag out. So it seems like even having Dex on top of the team to try and frag out as much as possible, it helped the team in a big way.
Seeing Beast and Swave at 6 kills apiece, that means 12 out of their 17 kills came from these two players. I wonder how many Mihi got, because Beast wasn't that far behind. Like we had, was it Mihi and Beast in our top 3, if I'm not mistaken? So they're closing the gap up against Navarlo, who just hasn't been able to have a standout performance so far. But again, nice to see multiple players out of Big Side can step up. Seen Swave up there yet again. But let's take a look though at our total damage. I think this is going to be the interesting thing. How much damage did Big do compared to the rest of the teams? And actually, didn't even put up the most damage, but that conversion rate was just fantastic.
Ooh, lad, that is some of the best conversion rate we've seen at this amount of damage. 2,000 damage, 17 kills is actually really, really strong. My dream is still one day I would like to see a bar of kills higher than the bar of damage. I haven't seen it happen yet, but I'm sure one day it will. But they were fighting very early in this game, right? Because as you know, their team that dropped north, they drop in Severny, but they were very early contested by Game Lord that had a 2-2 split. They got 2 kills very early. They cleared the entirety of Eastern Stars. The moment they knew as a fact we cleared the entire north, that's when they started crossing, and they were one of the first teams to make that happen. So all the teams, I think we had 7 teams in the northern side of the river just swimming about.
Yeah.
They were just fishing in a barrel right there and just picking up all the kills. So it made it very easy for Big to convert such a strong position into so many kills.
I mean, there's no team in this lobby that's getting more practice on having to cross that river and try and frag out than Big, because they're the ones dropping up in Severny and then moving down to this circle being like, yeah, we're in the north, we're doing all right, and then all of a sudden the circle shifts south and then they've got to make the best out of it, right? So they've got the most practice during all of this, and it's paying off seemingly.
Yeah, paying off indeed, and hopefully for them, if they keep having zones like that when we get into the finals, we could be seeing a top team easily coming out of them. But let's dive into actually Big and Nexus, pretty much are 2 teams that performed extremely well, not necessarily the highest kills in the game, because Nexus got 11 and Unicorns got 14, but I was curious how their kind of stats matched up in this last one, just overall. And you can see healing as well. I mean, Big, they were definitely in the muck of it, whereas Nexus, you pointed out, just kind of sitting there in Watertown, just chilling, just picking up kills left and right.
Yeah, they obviously the vantage point, the majority of Watertown, apart from that compound which is northeast of it, everything else is just kind of low ground to them. And also what a lot of people usually do with these kinds of circles is they will try and enter from the river near Watertown, because it's actually one of the easiest places to get up. There's a little wall that you can use there as cover, and that's why a lot of people will use that vantage point to eventually try and transition out of the river. Now, Nexus knows that, and anybody that came in that direction was just cannon fodder for them as they were kind of picking people off. Yeah. So, yeah, they understood where the threats were going to be coming from.
I mean, not only that, the teams were basically taking care of each another. You had Big, you had Unicorns of Love, you had Xtreme Slayers. They were just making sure that no team was actually able to fully commit and make it into Sunken City. So they were just playing the waiting game and picking up all the kills they could. So it worked out at the end for them.
Okay, so we did get to see a little bit further into Big. Mihi only getting 2 kills with 400 damage, and Times getting 3 himself. So Beast and Swave definitely stepping up for the roster there. But again, Mihi's just always around. He's always getting kills. He's always getting damage done. And it's crazy to me to see, like, if we're talking about most improved teams, maybe most improved players, I think maybe from last season to this, Mihi has definitely become one of those in my eyes.
Yeah, because that was the thing that scared me when we saw the Destiny split, and then you had Team Destiny and you had Team Big being separated, with Beast and Mihi, of course, being on the side of Team Big. I thought the Mazzaro was the big reason why you saw so much success from the team. Don't get me wrong, I still think that last season Beast and Mihi did really good, but I thought without Mazzaro, are they going to be able to perform as well? And we got the answer to that right off the bat, of course, especially in that second Super Weekend where, yes, Mihi and Beast are performing really well, and they started building that strong synergy with Swave. Swave, of course, we know was part of another team before, as part was Team Umbra, and even had that PC experience that really worked out for Swave. So yeah, my doubts were cleared very quickly as to what I could expect from Big, and now I've actually got very high expectations for them heading in the finals.
Interesting, because I have a slightly differing opinion in that I do think that Big, when you see those roster shuffles going down, I think Big actually like won out heavily when it came to the overall, who they were able to pick up from Destiny and kind of that roster shuffle and what went down. So yeah, I mean, it really depends on perspective and kind of how you see like the components working together and kind of forming up later on.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of stuff that, watch from the outside, we don't know the impact the team has with different players on the team, right? Especially when it comes down to the synergy level of the roster. But we do have the next round ready to start. So let's actually take a look at the schedule another time here. Remember, this is our last day in our final Super Weekend before we have our finals kicking off in about 4 days' time. And we're going to be heading back over to Sanhok, a very moist map, expecting some Sanhok numbers. Max, no, nothing. Still, well,
I told you I'm cured.
Hello, Max.
James Banks cured it for me in African PMCO, man. It does no more. Doesn't do anything. I have to find. You said you were going to find another word. You haven't found it yet, but
Well, it's very difficult to find a word that might mess you up on air, but also keeps my job.
I'm trying to mess me up on air. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Well, speaking of messing up on air, prediction for Sanhok, Maxman. Just you, not Columbus.
You got me good there. Okay. I mean, really, when it comes to, I would like to see an Eastern Stars win. I think we haven't seen him get himself a lot of strong games on Sanhok as of recently, so I think Eastern Stars might come back strong here.
Okay. Well, Clarus, you can predict if you want to, though I'm not going to force you.
Any other team?
Nice. I'm siding with Clarus on this one. Pretty decent chance. Our production is going for Kaneda Power, but unfortunately that is the wrong region. But hey, who knows? Let's bring our commentators back in, though, so you two get on out of here. Thanks for joining me here to break down our third round of the day. And we'll get Copter and Imperium once again here to maybe give their predictions on who they think is going to win.
BTR. What? Does that not work? No? No wrong region as well?
It's unfair because you have BTR underwear. And I've been telling you...
What?
I've been telling you can't wear them every day, man. Okay, bye.
Thanks, Jason. For the record, I don't have BTR underwear. I probably would love to have some because I collect merch, but I don't have BTR underwear. Copter, moving swiftly on, away from my underwear and onto your prediction. Do you have a bit of a team that you'd like to see win even?
I think the BTR underwear is currently on the washing machine, and you have no underwear at all currently. But I'm gonna be picking up Nexus again. Well, not again, but I mean they had a great performance. Maybe they will actually get a second chicken dinner as well. Maybe they'll try to do something different and surprise all of us. At least, I mean, everybody loves surprises.
Yeah, I like a Kinder surprise or like any kind of surprise, a birthday surprise, whatever you want to call it. I would like to see Eastern Stars win this round, mainly because it will really add to the spiciness coming into the final game between the top three on who's going to claim that top spot. As I correctly predicted, Big have moved up into first with the 454 points, but Game Lord are by no means out of it. They are in second with 442, and Eastern Stars are on 426. So 28 points dividing the top three.
Well, the plane, it's quite heavily on the western side, so yeah, I mean the Alpha Island, I want to see what's happening there, because quite often I don't have the stats here, but quite often we have seen the circle popping on the Alpha Island here, but nope, not going to be happening this time, so that's the cast the curse immediately effective. The circle will go almost completely on the Bravo Island, and that's pretty fair. I mean, of course, the teams on the Alpha and Charlie will have to cross, but still having the majority of the Bravo Island on the circle, and that kind of means that there will be no water crossing on the later stages, so that makes the whole situation maybe a little bit more fair. And I mentioned Nexus. They're not that far away from the middle.
No, they're not. They are not at all. I would argue this is not only the best Sanhok circle we've seen so far in the PMPL, but one of the best circles of the PMPL. Maybe the context of the fact that it's on Sanhok, but it just takes away so much pressure from the teams having to go, okay, which island do I go? Where do I go? What am I going to bank on? To an extent similar to what we saw in the previous round, whereas there's so much more security behind this circle.
Yeah, that is true. The circle definitely is it's one of the best Sanhok circles that I have seen for a long time, so I kind of like completely agree on that one. Meanwhile, on the Lobster, next to the Lobster, because his skip team, they are looting and gathering stuff, gonna be finding some helmets, etc. So nothing out of ordinary happening there. Not so far away, Eastern Stars, they have two guys on the northern side. They actually have Bassi and Kapahala on the Alpha Island. They have Octavian and and the second player also on this location. So kind of like watching what is actually happening at the Lobster and the in the boot camp in general.
TSC picked up a bit of a kill onto one of the Vodafone Giants players. I don't know what he was doing there exactly. It could have been a tiny bit of a glitch, because normally Vodafone Giants, they'll just always go to Lakwai and Kampong as a split, but TSC found themselves getting an opportunistic kill, are shifting a little more heavily south of where they dropped, getting close to Andy of TSC.
Yeah, Jaja's getting a first kill, so yeah, casualties are happening. So down to, well, 63 players, 4 Romanian boys in the Paradise Resort, just looting stuff, nothing that much happening. But the teams on the Alpha and the Charlie Island, of course, they're not on the pictures currently, but I think we can expect quite early rotations, because now, I mean, for the first time in a long time, they actually know that they will have to go immediately on the next island. Andy's going to be taken down as well, so TSC, more casualties are coming their way. It's going to be Excuse Me, actually, this time.
Yeah, TSC maybe not learning from the Giants' mistake and rotating and looting around this quarry area somewhat solo and pay the price. And that's why, as much as I wondered why Excuse Me were shifting a little bit more heavily down south of where they dropped, but they've done it as a team. And to me, if you're going to do that as a team, is the best case in Sanhok.
TSC is actually coming. They are moving all the other 3 players on the scene, and Excuse Me on the other side of the quarry. We actually might see an early battle happening here on the quarry area, and it's going to be starting. Blue just going to be getting a couple of the shots towards Excuse Me, and they are kind of like building a couple guys on the compounds, getting a flush maybe at some point, and then moving maybe 1 or 2 players on the northern side on that hill, because you have a lot of visibility all the way towards the quarry from that place, and you have the rocks as a cover as well. So that is definitely a viable strategy, and it's just getting down from that hill, you know, getting some cover so that the Excuse Me doesn't find the flushing angle, but I mean, getting all the way there. I mean, I don't think that even Superman can fly there so fast that they can still save him.
TSC do have an element of information that Excuse Me don't, and that is Vodafone Giants to the eastern side. Yes, Excuse Me should be aware of where teams drop, but at the end of the day, TSC got a kill onto one of the Giants players, therefore they definitely know that they could be hanging around this hill. So as much as you highlight Excuse Me holding on to that hillside to the east of Quarry as a couple of players, they could get stabbed in the back by Vodafone Giants if they stay there too long.
Yeah, what is Excuse Me actually doing is that the guy who actually went on top of that hill, he's currently moving towards TSC, so he was not like trying to hold the position anymore. He actually kind of started to move towards the western side to get the visibility on the other side of that hill. And if they're going to be fast enough, they might find the backsides of TSC. So they're trying to build something. But that's a completely different situation than what we are seeing now. We can see follow Conqueror finally leaving, or at least trying to leave from the Hatin area. There's no teams around. Big is on the same island still. They haven't started the movement, but it's I would say that Big, they should be using the same bridge most probably at some point. So it could be that if Conqueror is not going to be fast enough with the movement, they just might find Big maybe on that bridge or on the other of the sides from it.
I think Big are in probably the riskiest position in this circle, because they could shift down to the Charlie Island, but they might not be too secure with the timing of Super Young roster and the Unicorns of Loves rotations around the trifecta/Kainan Hill. So waiting until phase 2 could be the most advisable. Nexus certainly are not waiting off the back of the chicken dinner in the last round by getting an engagement onto LMV. An opening knock onto Talon is a great entry point for Nexus.
And they're just going for it. I mean, we saw the similar kind of gameplay on the previous game as well, and the result was good. So but why not? Why change the strategy now?
Yes.
And we can see one player from the LMV hiding there, almost gets ran down, but he's going to be able to escape and jump away. And now he has to deal with 3 other guys. Shotgun's going to be singing as Hida with a great spray will be connecting. Will not get a knockdown. He is at the same time getting some casualties, taken down actually completely as the pre-fire towards the corner will drill through the building almost, and Doobie will be knocked down, but the molly, the nade there, just too much, and LMV, they cannot keep that live.
I know LMV were separated. Hidan did a fantastic amount of work. Baloo, maybe he felt too pinched in the rock side across the road and felt like he couldn't do anything, and it proves to be the case as Nexus finishes him off and finishes the whole of LMV off. And as you correctly pointed, excuse me, picking up that squad wipe onto TSC, but now they have another team entering the area of the loot boxes, which is, excuse me, his position.
Yeah, I think Excuse Me did exactly the thing that we mentioned, that they were running on that hill and they were coming on the backsides of TSC, and that's how they found the players and managed to surprise them. We didn't see that, but that's most probably what happened looking at the positions of the team's current line. It's going to be Skip team in front of them. But regarding still that situation with Nexus, what they had there, and Doobie, who was inside of that building, who was actually in the end pushed down. I mean, he had a molly on his hand, and then when he was knocked down, he actually died on his own molly. So that's why they were not able to save him, even though the compound was clear. They would have been able to go for the revival, but the molly, that made the difference.
Conqueror going for a rotation on the northern edge of the circle, which is great from Hating, and I think it makes sense. You have Game Lord, they've gone deeper into the circle compared to maybe previous games. And that's why Conqueror felt like a rotation would have been a little bit safer. Maybe they thought they were going to get bridge camped by Game Lord in this phase 1. The next circle is about to pop, and it centralizes pretty nicely, albeit a little to the east.
Yeah, it's quite fair circle. There isn't that much of a water included or anything like that. So it's pretty fair circle. All the teams, they know how to approach that. As you mentioned, rotation happening on the north. Also, Big is going to be getting a boat from the Alpha Island. They will just follow on the same direction on the northern side as the other teams. They're just, trying to get a better position maybe on the circle. Game Lord actually watching it from the distance, what's actually happening here. Will spot down Skip team. And there's now multiple teams. I mean, excuse me, they were watching what is happening with the Skip team, and now also Game Lord. So those guys, I don't know, we saw what happened in the last game. We know that they need a huge amount of points if they want to make it on the grand finals, and we kind of like pointed out on the last game that it is very complicated. And now 2 teams watching their backs. It doesn't look good. Again.
No. Once again, doesn't look good. At least they haven't lost 3 players very early in the game like they did in the previous 2 rounds. Hamoud is knocked to the floor. A revive is being pulled out by Hamoudi. Lots of noise being made, though. When you do make a bit of noise in one direction, you've got to be careful behind you. And we saw Game Lord recognizing that, and the second he took the shots towards SKP, they turned around and looked in the other direction just in case.
The SKP, they're kind of like located in a place that many teams are rotating right next to it. There's hills on the both sides. We can see Eastern Stars are moving on the northern side. Well, okay, maybe not so close, but still, I mean, that area is definitely one of those places where the teams are passing by. So Skip team, they can hold that place, but they got to be very careful, especially with the split they have currently. They don't have like huge cover for all the players, and that might be the biggest problem because with one nade, they can take the other half away completely, and then, I don't think that they can save it. Eastern Stars and Game Lord, at the same time, they seem to be finding each other's.
Very important. Second and third in the overall standing. This fight is going to be valuable as Athos opens the door, gets a knock on the Spicy. They do have to still be careful with how they move about. 4 Romanian Boys could third party. You can see SKP third party and they being thrown out. That is relatively close by. Narvalo gets a knock on the Bazzi, even things across the way. Although Narvalo is finished off by SKP, the third party has come into play. And Game Lord, considering they knew that information before Eastern Stars, I'm a little bit surprised that they're the team to get third-partied.
Yeah, it's a good move from SKP. I mean, we have been talking, of course, about SKP a lot, and not always in the most positive manner, but now they're really utilizing the situation. They're not just standing there waiting what's going to happen. They're actually trying to be the aggressive party, and I guess that is exactly what they need to do in a situation like that. Well, they need the points, but now the nades, I mean, both sides, lots of nades thrown. Game Lord will be trying to get the guys down complete from the Eastern Stars. Bassi is already done, but the three guys, they are still standing, and it seems to be I wouldn't call it like a stalemate situation, but at least it's going to be a fight that's still going to take a while, and maybe they'll just want to see the next circle until they will see you. Do they want to fully commit on that one or try to leave from the scene?
Big are heading in the same direction under rotation as Conqueror, so that could pose a big problem for Big as we get into this next circle shift. Chazmak holding on to the kind of northeast of this current phase. Nexus a little bit down to the southwest. A beautiful central shift.
I mean, the circles are, strangely reasonable in Sanhok, I gotta say. I mean, the Bravo shift and 2 shifts on the middle. So these circles, they are just, completely normal. And I guess these are the circles which might make you wondering why you are not already a dentist.
Tag and bag this circle. Sell it as an NFT and make a boatload of money in PUBG Mobile terms, just with how rare these kind of circle shifts have been. It's great for the teams, but the thing is, are they prepared for it? Because so often the mindset in Sanhok is you prepare for the worst. So when something good comes along, you're like, oh wait, I'm not used to this, as Game Lord are taken out.
Yes, Skip team is going to find those 3 kills. I mean, they will get the game locked down completely. So that is definitely, I would say, a refreshing move from them, getting the pressure all the way towards the Game Lord. And Eastern Stars, they knew that they're going to be on the other side of the hill. They knew that Game Lord really can't escape to any of the directions. So they just take the advantage of the whole situation and then just backstab them properly, I would say.
Game Lord started today in first place overall in the standings. After this game, if Eastern Stars have a good return to form, they could overtake them and we could see Game Lord drop down to 3rd. It's only league stage, but if you can't win in the final hurdle in the league stage, it does cast that doubt on whether they have the ability to do it in the finals.
Oh, that's a huge spray from Mazi, getting 2 guys down from Team Doom as they will try to move towards Lakavi. They try to hold down Mazi, actually, in Lakavi. He's a solo player on that location. The rest of the team is gone already, so he's just trying to stay alive. But now he's going to be getting a huge spray, getting 2 guys down from Team Doom, and they will have to go for the revival duties. 1 guy is already revived, I think, so they can actually continue with it as a 4-man stack. But Mazi still, I mean, great spray, immediately transferring for the second player, now trying to make the move. He's trying to use the advantage and try to move towards, I would say, west a little bit. Will spot down 0 as well. Deals a huge amount of damage towards him as well. But now there's going to be so many scopes towards him. Can he actually still escape? We can see that they are hunting him down. They need to get down with the fight, and that's going to be 0. Finding that headshot, and Muzzy and the Xtreme Slayers as a whole, they are gone.
Yeah, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Muzzy, metaphorically and literally. And he pulled out a double knock, tried to reposition. Maybe a little bit slow to reposition to the point where the double revive was able to be pulled off. And despite nearly getting a 3rd knock, it didn't work out and he lost his life. Excuse me, in a great position to the North Ban Hill. It's a great area to hold on to. The spread they have is absolutely perfect for the time being. Nobody is super close to them.
For Romanian Boys, I mean, we haven't seen them much, but they have been just basically, they moved from Paradise Resort, what is like 200 meters away.
Yeah.
They're sitting on the next compound and just, chilling and maybe grilling as well. A southern shift for a while. I mean, for once, we get a shift that is not on the middle. So, excuse me, they will find the circle. There's no other players on the zone. Barn is included, the buildings on the eastern side of it, and that's pretty much the cover. Yeah, Unicorns of Love, they can play the compound that has both sides of the road. Of course, all the buildings on the eastern side will be inside. But still, it's a location that they can play. It provides a nice amount of coverage, also having a higher ground. So that's going to help with the teams, especially coming from the northern side, because the northern hill, that's the thing. Because all the teams are coming from the north, and I mean, all the teams, they of course cannot stay on top of that hill, but they cannot really run down if there's going to be teams out downside. So I'm expecting that there's going to be a lot of casualties.
110%. Vodafone Giants and Team Doom picking each other apart one by one. Fun fact, Copter, ban is Kyle Harris's favorite finish in Sanhok. I say that sarcastically, he hates ban as an area, but I love to point that out. Excuse me. They have solidified a little bit more heavily together. Eastern Stars are being put under pressure by SKP. Athis is knocked down to his knees, bleeding out quite heavily. So it's just a duo left up. The Warlord, Kapahala in the back line, Octavian in the front line. Orlando finishes Athis off as Octavian is trying to wear with the blue as it's going to get closer to him. Only 5 more bandages left for Octavian. I can't see him surviving in this blue zone for much longer.
Yeah, Skip Team got one more kill from Eastern Stars as well, so they are really focusing on the teams who are having that battle. Now we got Eastern Stars getting a return fire from Kapahala. They're trying to hide on the blue behind the rocks. So basically, Skip Team, they do have a better chance, but they have one player knocked down, so they have to do something about it. Kaylee, meanwhile, getting one player down from
Kapahala.
Well, and Dexter goes all the way down as well.
Kapahala was the one that couldn't get knocked, although Octavian was able to pick up a first aid and a extra bandage to try and keep himself alive. Hamoud and Hamodi, the last 2 players up for SKP. Octavian playing on the underside, the higher side of the hill, should I say, trying to slow himself down, compose himself. Team Doom are eliminated. 11 teams are left. You see Conqueror and Nexus fighting just on the northeastern edge of the circle as Octavian gets rid of a lot of his gear, looks to move in, plays towards gonna look for the shots on the Hamoud, finds the knock, a very important knock, and now he has to try and heal up in due time.
Yeah, Skip Team, they have the 2 other players inside of the zone, and now because his super young roster actually getting on the backside of Octavian, so this could be the end of the Eastern Stars. He's going to be stopping to heal, and the super young roster might find him from the backside. Meanwhile, on the southern side, we can see, well, interesting battle happening. We can see Conqueror, we can see Big, we can see also Vodafone Giants on the backside of Big. So these streams are fighting from the existence on the eastern side, and kind of like who's going to be taking the possession of the buildings if they want to go there. That's where the Eastern Stars not take it down, so I think that they were finally, I mean, super young roster, they came from the backside and they found the kill.
Big and Conqueror and Vodafone Giants. I don't think Conqueror can get too involved with this because it's on the other side of the warehouse, but hearing the shots, hearing the nades will definitely be important for them, at least preparing the third party a little bit later on in this phase 5 circle. Vodafone Giants just have the 2 players up. They're on the bottom of the hill. The blue zone is starting to get closer to them. Big have Mihi in the circle on the entry point as an anchor.
Yeah, teams are just trying to get inside for Romanian Boys. They are gone. Even though they had the greatest plays in the couple circles ago, just holding that building, they are not able to really like utilize that. They didn't get much of the kills either, and now Big watching Vodafone Giants. They had the rumble starting on the southern side. Both players, actually 2 players, gonna fall down from there. Also Ali from super young roster, and the whole team's gonna be taken down as well. Vodafone Giants putting the utilities towards Big, but it seems to be a mission impossible because there's so many teams on that area, and just a solo guy trying to get inside, gonna be found as well. And that's the that should be the end of it.
But I don't know, do Big know that GK and the rest of Unicorns of Lava are around that ban region? That's the thing. He might be able to step up and get a bit of a surprise attack on the players from Big. Like John Cena, currently GK is you can't see me, while the rest of his team are providing a bit of a distraction. Time is of the essence for GK. First phase 6, centers up, nobody is inside the circle.
Yeah, now the Skip Team and excuse me on the western side, they're still on top of that hill which we mentioned earlier, and it doesn't look good for Skip Team because there's so many teams are looking at them. We can see Big watching it from the other side, completely from the southern side, just trying to open that fire, and excuse me, of course, holding that higher ground as well. Skip Team, they want to get some more kills still out of the situation. I mean, they kind of like know that they probably will not make it towards the grand final anymore, but they at least want to try to take everything they can, still show that they can actually play the game on a level where they should be, but unfortunately just haven't been succeeding this weekend.
Big have a player knocked down, excuse me. They've done a great job of controlling the hill, but now they have to move a little bit down into the heart of the ban region. and try and control from the north. 5 teams are left up big, pushing in onto Unicorns of Love. GK throws a nade, steps back down, but he does get knocked as Lin finds SKP. You gotta take one fight at a time, Unicorns of Love. It's very difficult to take multiple at once. It's what hurt you in the past. You don't want to let it hurt you now, but in steps up Rokas, gets a knock onto Big. That will slow them down just a little bit more. Tries to pull off a healing time. Lin is by his side. Conqueror, they've had a great day so far in the final day of the PMPL League stage. 9 kills currently, 2 players left up.
Yeah, so many teams are falling down. We can see 2 of them falling down right now. So Skip Team and Big, they are both gone. Unicorns of Love aren't with 2 guys anymore remaining, but they have the circle. I mean, they're the closest team to the circle. And meanwhile, Conqueror and Xtreme, they're going to be struck with the battle on the northeastern side. And I think the biggest question is how many players can actually get away from that situation and challenge the Unicorns of Love in the circle.
This should be a Unicorns of Love chicken dinner, but we do have to recognize that, have their full squad up once they get the revive on the Cossie, and that body advantage could prove to be just enough of an entry point for them to push in to Unicorns of Love. The variable of the Conqueror third party is in play as Prada finds Jamas. Sorry, it's Vito onto Prada. My apologies to catch up with the kill feed. Vito, the last player up from his side, does slow down. Gets him down to an extra player with just 3 up. You have Unicorns of Love. Can keep them even further. Vito is still alive, but he's going to go down to the blue. There he goes. The 2 teams that are left up, and this is much easier for Unicorns of Love to control because they only have to deal with 1 extra player instead of 2.
It's a 2 versus 2 situation, so a decent amount of damage coming all the way from Vito towards the players, and that's all playing on the pockets of Unicorns of Love. They had a nice SMG spray earlier as well towards the players, so I think they are properly cooked already.
On one hand, Unicorns of Love have the better angles because you have Rokas on one side, Lin on the other. But on the other hand, the 2 players are behind each other. So if one gets knocked, the other is to an extent much more likely to get that trade. Unicorns of Love's formation really needs to be proven with the synergy, with the cohesiveness on the push. I said the body advantage could get, into the circle at least, but whether or not they're going to win the game is going to be another matter. Rokas gets knocked down. Lin is going to be in a 1v2. One of them is damaged, finds the first, but he suffered badly. Switches over to the M4, needs to go for the pre-fire. He has a little bit more action, Jackson in play, and that is going to be a chicken dinner for
Yeah, for a while, I really thought that Rolk was going to make all the difference there. I mean, he was trying to find that off angle and kind of like use that to make sure that the cannot proceed anymore towards on the middle of the circle. And I think for a minute, they didn't notice that. They didn't see that Rolk was actually trying to make that move. But then they actually spotted him down. And that's when the disaster started for the Unicorns of Love, because then, of course, he needed to have that fight. The spray didn't connect towards the player who was prone in there for And then Unicorns of Love, they needed to make I would say a move which they didn't plan. They just jumped immediately, kind of like defending, going full offensive. The other guy fall down, and then the other one was left with the 1 versus 2 battle. In the end, 1 versus 1 battle. But then, of course, they lost the battle in the end. But it was a close one, definitely.
It was very close, and I really can't discredit both teams, and whoever ended up winning, as it was, if I had been Unicorns Love, I would have said the same thing. It was a deserved win, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, but it was that kind of risk of having 2 players in different angles that proved to go against Unicorns Love, I feel, at the very end, whereas you saw, for example, the 2 players of behind each other. When Rokas got knocked and Lin was able to trade up initially, because the last player from was directly behind his teammate, he was able to get a couple of knocks and put Lin down to about 30 health, and that meant that winning gunfight, that 1v1, became so much easier for Mishi.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, just getting 1 bullet connecting, that's pretty much going to deal the damage already required to get that player. But I mean, when the whole situation started, Unicorns of Love, they hold the the southern side of the zone, and they were stuck with fighting with Conqueror on the other side, and there was a 4th team as well, but yeah, that actually took it down quite early. But, I mean, all the damage that Conqueror and Vito, especially as the last guy standing, did there, that was all playing towards the Unicorns of Love. But I'm just wondering what would have happened if Vito would have been able to get like a one more knock towards those guys. I mean, it's all like so. I'm not gonna say random, but it's like the butterfly effect that everything affects everything. And definitely Conqueror, they had a decent run there. They got the third place still, and I think the damage which Vito did there, it was essential for the victory still in the end.
Yeah, you're dead right. I love how you bring that on board. One extra knock, one extra kill would have been that butterfly effect, and it would have been a huge difference maker in the final moments of that game. But that's also why I kind of highlighted the fact that despite not being in the circle on the second last phase, had that body advantage, so they were technically able to absorb a tiny bit of a third party. It was a great effort from Vito, absolutely no doubt about that. But this Sanhok game to me was absolutely glorious. Yes, it wasn't the best position in Sanhok for the circle to end, but considering we had no shenanigans with the river, no shenanigans with this island, that island, where is it going to end? It was on that mainland. I couldn't ask for a more solid set of circle shifts.
Yeah, it was a good ending, I gotta say, for Sanhok. I mean, Sanhok, usually there's a lot of random elements in play, a lot of foliage on the ground that you cannot see past, and, you know, a lot of river crossings, people hiding behind the rocks. You know, it's sometimes so very mysterious what is actually happening in Sanhok. But I think it was a pretty fair Sanhok game, to be honest. I mean, it was quite logical, and the teams, they exactly knew what they need to do, so it wasn't like guessing that, yeah, maybe we'll go here, and what's going to happen then. And also, when you pointed out, we spoke about the barn ending, and then you said that it's the favorite area. Well, not really the favorite area of Kyle Aris. I guess because that has been now changed on the new Sanhok. That's going to be coming later on the PUBG Mobile as well. I guess that's why Kyle Aris actually loves the new Sanhok so much.
Oh, Sanhok is over and done with for the PMPL League stage, but we still have one more round to go. The fight for first is firmly in the sights of the three teams fighting for Eastern Stars, Game Lord, and the side of Team Big. We're going to go for the last technical break in between games of this PMPL League stage, and then Kalaris, Maxman, and Jason will break that game down.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another player interview. Here I'm going to be joined once more by Cable from the side of Excuse Me. Cable, right off the bat, I need to ask you, what are your expectations that yourself and the team has going into this PMPL?
So yeah, like I said before, that we have been practicing a lot. We have been analyzing and studying other teams and as well ourselves as well, and we are trying to reach our full potential in PMPL, and we are just trying to get into the finals. That's our first step. We're not trying to reach like top 1 or anything. We just need to get into the finals first, and then we will do next part. So it's like a step by step. But yeah, our expectation for now is to get into the final first, and then we'll do rest.
I think a step-by-step process is definitely the best approach. I would have to agree with you on that one. But if you make it into the finals, there's also a chance that you might make it into the EMEA Championship Season 2. If you make it that far, do you have any goals in mind you would like to potentially achieve in that event?
I think so. The PMGC is too far because it's like last split, and there's no way we can reach to the PMPL. But yeah, we will try to reach as ahead as possible into the points table, because Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love are already ahead and they have potential to reach PMGC. So I would say good luck to them. But yeah, we will try our best and try to reach as up as possible into the points tables once we qualify for EMEA Season 2.
And that's all I can really wish for you guys in the EMEA Championship if you make it that far. We'll see how things are going to work out. But especially for yourself here, I want to ask, do you have any hopes and dreams for the rest of 2021 that you would like to maybe achieve with your team?
I would say we would like, and we have worked really hard, so I would try, we will try to reach EMEA Season 2, but I don't think so, because it's like last split and it's pretty basically over. So we are just trying to get as much as experience we can, and we will come back in 2022 and then do really good, and we are hoping to get more points into the points table and then try to reach more further into the competition.
That's it. I just want to see you guys make it as far as you possibly can, so that's what we're going to be aiming to look towards in this PMPL. Well, Cable, with that said, thank you very much, and I just wanted to wish you and your team best of luck into this PMPL, so keep on going, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Great to hear from Cable yet again. Obviously, with them getting another chicken dinner, another $1,000 in their pockets, could be very happy as they move into the finals coming up in just a few days' time. But this last Sanhok was extremely interesting, as we'll take a look at the map ranking and get an idea of how many points the teams did get for themselves, and more importantly, break it all down. Conqueror, 10 kills, 10 placement points. Unicorns of Love coming in second in placement points. Some stars starting to rise to the top here.
Yeah, the team that I especially love their rotation in this game, it was big. They were a team that was trying to play onto the more eastern coastline, and the circle being on the eastern side of Ban is very high ground, and they understood the terrain they had to try and take control of, so they tried to aim for that position. They got rid of Conqueror for some time, Vodafone Giants, but they got pinched. It got very complicated towards the end, but I think that Big were trying to be as reactionary to this kind of circle. It's not an easy one to play around because it ended on the slope at the end. I enjoyed Big, but at the end, the circle, it moved away from them, I think, 3 times in a row, so it made it very hard towards the end.
As you go into our top players, you see Michi here at 800 damage, Vito coming in at 533, and Lin coming at 571. Fortunately, GK first, Fresh, I believe, were dead earlier in that round, so the 2-on-2 at the end not working out in Unicorns of Love favor, or I guess you could say working out in Excuse Me favor.
It could have gone a little bit better for Unicorns of Love, for sure. Some missed sprays due to, you know, your third person perspective, realizing where someone is and then being able to fire at them afterwards when you change into that little spray down. But Lin, I think he also could have won out that spray down towards the end as well. And this is not exactly Sanhok numbers, Jason.
No, you can't do that. Don't throw me off like this. I was about to start with, hey, look, it's Sanhok. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
2k damage though, 14 kills. I actually didn't even notice that now that I think about it. Even looking at the standings we just had, I should have picked it up earlier on. I didn't expect them to pick up 14 big kills, but credit to them, because I think they were kind of pincered by Conqueror and Unicorns Love at the same time, but I don't think Unicorns Love were able to capitalize off the fight that was happening.
Yeah, they were the only team that really had, I think it was phase circle 4 that was on top of them, and they were the only team to have actually a position into the circle. So it made it a little bit easier for them to transition, try and find some better spots, of course, every once in a while. But yeah, I mean, it was very close. It was down to 2v2 towards the end between themselves and Unicorns of Love. Rolkis had the perfect off angle. That could have paid off so well, but he got... I felt there was a little sense of urgency for him almost. He was getting pushed by the blue, and the only way to move away from the blue was to get up, so he started to pre-fire when he had no information on where, currently stood. So him giving his information away, getting taken down, Lin trying to push while the enemy was reloading. It got really close, but then there was that weird moment where he tried to peek the last kill. It could have happened to be Unicorn's win, but not quite.
And the position that they had, top of the hills, kind of east of Barn's location. I hate Barn with a passion, but the hills up on the side of it are really, really good to be able to shoot down on everything down into that valley. So yeah, it's a really good spot for them.
I would imagine Barn doesn't think too highly of you either, Colaris.
That's fine. Nobody does.
That's not true. I'm sure your car does. I'm sure Floof does.
Yeah, maybe.
That's not by choice. That's just because you feed her. We do see Big, though, in first place, 464 points. They've overtaken Game Lord, overtaken Eastern Stars, and Unicorns Live have moved up to 4th now.
I mean, being first above Game Lord and Eastern Stars have 6 wins each. That is mental, really, when you think about it. I'm really happy to see Big performing this well. And hopefully they can retain that first place heading into the finals, though, towards the bottom. Not too much movement is happening over here. Chazmac Gaming being a lot more silent from yesterday, but they're still attempting a few things, trying to see what sticks. As I said earlier, right, Kalaris, to trying to test a few things, a few rotations, and spreads on the eastern side a lot of the time in these games. So yeah, I mean, try and get as much experience as you still can. You've got one more game to do it, and then right into the finals, so make it count.
Just as an aside as well, Unicorns of Love, obviously they've only played 29 games, and they're done very well in points. I think it's like 336, but Conqueror has also played only 29 games and is about 20 points behind them. So kudos to them for being able to kind of keep that up, despite, you know, obviously Unicorns of Love being the powerhouse that they are, and Conqueror just a little bit behind.
I will say this, though, is that Conqueror didn't play week 2, which was the first week that Unicorns Live qualified. So I'm actually curious when both teams are in the lobby, starting from scratch, how things will work out. But it's time to bring in our commentators now for our next round. We're going to hop straight into this one as we bring back in Copter and Imperium here to cover all the action happening before we get into, or as we get into our final match of the day.
And there we go, the plane, as we can see, it is, well, approaching from the southern side, right next to the Midi Island, so it's gonna be just going above the ferry pier and the west side bridge. And then we'll see how it's gonna be, of course, the whole plane pan where the team's gonna be landing. So that is the, that is kind of like the, what we are seeing here, but just waiting for the actual footage that we'll see the whole plane pad. And there we go, because Eastern Stars jumping straight towards Ostovka military base. Severny is going to be the end stop for the plane, and the this is going to be the last Erangel air flight tonight. But anyway, we can see Eastern Stars, they're just heading towards somewhere on the quarry areas. They're going to be jumping from the plane. So they will just start the journey. Xtreme Slayers and Skip Team, they will choose to go on the Sosnovka military base. We can see LMV heading towards the Primorsk area, and Eastern Stars, they are, well, like I mentioned, they have started the journey, so they're just going somewhere between Quarry and Gatka. They will find a place. We can see 4 Romanian boys leaving from the plane, as well as Team Doom will try to take the Quarry area. So nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual landing stuff happening here. Super young roster leaving from the plane towards the southern George Ball, and based on that small cough that I was hearing on the background, I think we do have Mr. Imperium himself also joining us.
Every single day of PMPL, not an issue at all with any mic at all. Final game of the league play, and I happen to have a little bit of a mic issue, but it's all sorted. The plane pass, as you mentioned, talking about where the teams are landing, and this phase 1 circle copter. Man, it encapsulates the military island quite a bit. It is that where is it going to go element that we expected in Sanhok. How are the teams going to deal with it?
Well, I think based on the start of the game, I think we have 2 Mr. USB, so maybe you can ask some tips from Jason himself. Yeah, I think we have 2 guys who are now somehow reinstalling the USB drivers all the time. But anyways, let's not worry about that. The most important thing is that we have your lovely voice, and I can see, not currently, but hopefully after the game, the lovely beard as well.
You do indeed. I definitely didn't shave it off during the break, I promise that much. This is pretty exciting in terms of the fight for first place in the overall standings, right? To be crowned the champion of the PMPL League stage. Currently Big rising from, not necessarily from the ashes, but rising like the cream of the crop, and just overtaking Game Lord and first on the final day. They have 464 points. Game Lord 443 and Eastern Stars 430. So I can't see Eastern Stars coming out on top in the league stage, but they can at least try to take second place away from Game Lord.
Yeah, I mean, getting one more chicken dinner and maybe some money with it as well, it's not going to hurt. Atis, meanwhile, was moving here on the right on the southern side of the Sierra for Romanian Boys, but they didn't spot that down. But we have something else going on. Skip Team, they will try to make the final stand as they're battling with Poppy.
For the final time in the PMPL for SKP, let's see if they can come out on top against Xtreme Slayers. Hasn't been a good start. Poppy gets one knock. Rasho is there to support his team to return it quite heavily. It is going to be important that he tries to get the revive onto his teammate while Hamoud and Orlando covers their grounds across this area. To give credit to Xtreme Slayers, I don't think they were expecting SKP to drop in Military Island. They don't often drop in Military Island, so this would have been a little bit of a surprise for Xtreme Slayers.
Well, Xtreme Slayers, they're just moving more people to the scene. They don't want to, they don't want to let the Pappy's deaths go unnoticed, so they want to have their revenge, of course, for the Skip team. And like I said, this could be the final stand. Let's see how well they will do versus the Xtreme Slayers. I mean, I gotta say, Xtreme Slayers, they have been quite aggressive today. They have been getting a nice amount of kills. They got a chicken dinner as well, so they're definitely one of those teams that I think have been performing better than during the previous days. Rash tries to go all the way there, but it's gonna be Muzi who's gonna be immediately giving some shots towards that direction, and the guy will fall down from the vehicle immediately.
You know, not argue with that one. This is obviously not the most important fight for both of these teams, but that's some good spraying coming out from Muzi onto Orlando. Let's see if we can find another one. Hamoud trying to at least save the grace of his team by pushing up forward up towards the top of the hill with the M249, but Muzi is better than that, is able to play on towards those headshots and gets the kill on the Hamoud. SKP, it's falling apart for them one by one. It's just Hamoud left in his own.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, definitely. I mean, one player staying live, and the Xtreme Slayers, they know that he's going to be hiding on those buildings, so they are just coming. They know the place, they have pinpointed him already, and they're just building around it. One player on the compounds, two on the outside of it, both sides covered north and south, and there we go. The spray is going to be coming already. One flush is going to happen, and meanwhile we can see Halls trying to run away on the outside. Going to be going proning right on the right time, and now Hamidi going to be struggling by finding that last player, well, not the last player, but the guy who was actually very low on HP, and now it's going to be spotted. We can see Rash taken down as a whole, and the end is getting near.
The end is getting near. The light is slowly dimming down, and it's going into darkness for SKP. Does have a bit of an angle, but my lord, Muzi with that crisp and clean headshot from a distance behind a tree. SKP get taken down. The first squad eliminated in this final game. I do want to say thank you and congratulations to every single team that has played in this PMPL, the 4 teams that aren't making it through to the finals. Thank you very much for putting in the hard work, for being here, for showing up, for playing, whether it's Champions Club, Day of Sirens or others. It was an absolute honor to cast all of these teams across this PMPL League stage, and I'm definitely ever more excited for the finals.
Yeah, I think the only thing what we are missing from that speech, it's the background ceremonial music. You know, some kind of like a leaving ceremony, like, it was so nice to have you here. But anyway, unfortunate. Yeah, Skip team is not going to make for the grand finals, but at least they made the finals. That got one player down from Xtreme Slayers on the last game, and kind of like still had at least some points on the last game, so they can be happy with it. And of course, now they'll be just, you know, putting their focus on the upcoming events, and hopefully we'll see them coming back and even more stronger in the following events.
So the circle has been closing in on this phase 1. Game Lord are still looting up Yasnaya across the start of this blue zone closing in. Big are moving down through the north side of the river and getting closer to that compound. They do still have Mihi looting up a couple of buildings up north. And for Romanian Boys, they do need to be very aware of the fact that quite a good few teams are going to be wrapping around the center circle position they currently hold on to.
True. Well, super young roster, they will rotate right next to Octavian, so Eastern Stars, they're having a player on that compound. They do have some more players on the next compound as well, and they might be just stopping there. There we go. Ali's got to spot down Atsi. He's going to try to leave from that compound. The sprayer's going to be coming from the backside, but seems to be actually able to remove himself from that place successfully without taking up, well, took a lot of damage, but didn't go knocked, and that's the most important thing, so he can join his teammate, and now they at least might have 2 players on the same location. They have a 2-2 split Eastern Stars. They have 2 guys, Kepahala and the others on the southern side, and then Octavian and Attis on the northern side. And we can see Attis still just moving here somewhere towards the southern side of the hospital. That's the destination unknown for us for now, but the circle will be closing soon, and then we'll see where it's going to be shifting. Unicorns of Flow still holding that northern Georgeball area. Big is going to be crossing the bridge just before the circle's going to close. Couple teams still on the northern eastern side of the circle in the blue, but they shouldn't have any huge problems. And again, the circles, they are reasonable.
They are reasonable. This is a great circle shift. It eliminates most of the military island that was in play. It's still about 10 to 15%, but it's all that mainland going from the Pachinki Hill or just to the north of Pachinki all the way to the Quarry region. Lots of areas to control and hold down.
These guys are hunting it down. Oh my god, he's gonna throw open the fire straight from the air from the Tesla. But Attis, he's just running away. And these guys, they are just following. But now they will stay finally and not gonna follow anymore. So they will just stay on the observatory and we'll just take that place at least for now to scout some information. But I mean, Attis, he was definitely being chased there and he did manage to escape. The buggy is gonna be in the water. It's still gonna be usable though. You just have to dodge that small piece of wood on the water and then he should be fine. But yeah, it was a close situation. I mean, that spray from the air, it could have even been just connecting as well. It would have been definitely possible, and then Eastern Stars would have lost 1 player.
Excuse me, have 2 players knocked down. Vodafone Giants are pushing up onto Pachinki Hill. Considering they landed Pachinki, Vodafone Giants should be very familiar with this area of the land, and with Big coming in from the other side, there has been a third-party squash, and excuse me, are taken down in 15th spot. 14 teams left, 55 players, and now Vodafone Giants can focus more so on the members of Big.
And this seems like a proper last game of the series because we can see so many teams actually getting this first engagement, and I think that they are taking them more lightly than normally. As we can see, Vodafone Giants and Big, they are battling on the middle. We do have some other situations building, as for example, Chasmac and 4 Romanian Boys, they are very close to each other. So I think that the guys are really in the mood for the final game, and sometimes we see the last game madness happening, and that might be the case here as well. Big, they are just moving. They will just leave the other team on the backside. But Vodafone Giants, they will not follow. They are happy with staying there for now, but there's going to be some damages happening meanwhile. As we can see, Chasmac and 4 Romanian Boys, they are definitely in action, as we can see that they are building around it. 4 Romanian Boys, they have 2 guys on the northern side, 1 on the south. Chasmac, they have some time for the revival, but how long that's going to take, because 4 Romanian Boys, they're immediately pushing towards them, and that's the spray is coming. That's going to be Trazen taken down. Shadowman is also gone. Azer's gone as well, and is that the whole team actually? It just might be. Yeah, Chasmac, they are gone.
Yeah, 4 Romanian Boys with that clean sweep of a squad wipe. Vodafone Giants, they focused their attentions on towards TSC, who were whittling in closer from behind. They opted to move away from climbing and fighting for this Pachinki Hill area. And now the focus is on TSC. Nano and Pokus supporting in the backline with one of the Vodafone Giants players knocked down. It makes it a lot harder for them to gain any kind of real control in towards these buildings. Ulysses is doing a great job of trying to slow down the members of TSC as Pokus and Nano move ever closer to the side buildings of this compound. A nade here, a nade there, just to slow down TSC.
Yeah, it's a battle that's gonna be taken on. TSC definitely, they have the better side of the fight. Ulysses just trying to hide on that building, completely alone on that side of the area. And we can see meanwhile something else going on as well, because Eastern Star's gonna find super young roster, but now we can see Ulysse is taken down with a nade, so that's gonna only leave the players on the northern side anymore. Nano and Pocus, they are the only two guys remaining, and they're trying to nade towards, and the nade is gonna be sent. That seems to be a pretty good one actually, but will that do the damage? No, it doesn't do like a huge amount of damage. Beast is gonna find Nano, so Beak is gonna be third-partying from the Pochinki Hill, and it just feels that somebody actually had a poster. There's gonna be a party and the drinks are included because there's so many guys on this area.
Beast Mishi is gonna push in, gets knocked down, bit off more than he could chew, and Poke is gonna make him pay for that one. Picks up a kill at least. Now Beast and Sway moving around. TSC up to just say, hey, we take what we can get, we'll move away, you guys can fight amongst yourselves, which is honestly incredibly intelligent decision making from TSC.
True. Well, they have the whole roster still standing there on the southern side, so they can be happy with it. Vodafone Giants, they cannot be so happy with that result, but they have still kind of like secured that they will be participating on the grand final. So Skip team, they didn't catch them in the end. They didn't get that huge amount of points because if they're driving over Octavia, they will just go for it. The whole situation. Kappa Hollow is going to be immediately returning fire. Rolk is going to be joining the party as well, and will be getting a nod from Attis. So Eastern Stars also Unicorns of both sides have a lot of casualties, and this all mess started from one vehicle drive.
Now he's Bazzi left on his own. He is further away, but he's moving into the arms of 4 Romanian Boys, and I feel for Eastern Stars because all throughout the PMPL, despite the ups and the downs, they have still performed extremely well, getting chicken dinner after chicken dinner after chicken dinner. But to end the league stage on such a poor set of performances in 5 games might cast an element of doubt in their ability to pull something big in the PMPL finals.
TSC, they just moved on the southern compound, and now they will find Nexus, and there's going to be Conqueror on top of that hill. So I think that somebody just passed in. Oh, no, the party's actually on the compound on the southern side, not here. And now everybody's here. So it's pretty crazy what is going on here all the time. But Nexus, they're holding this building. They're not really like trying to yet jump on TSC. They know that there's going to be a lot of third parties on the side. For example, Conqueror on top of that hill on the southern side, and also on the fields. I mean, Big should be following them as well. I mean, every time when somebody's going to be leaving to a different place, they will just follow in the end.
This is LMV's kind of circle finish. This is LMV's kind of position. Game after game, when it's been around this vicinity of the northern hill of Ferry Pier, LMV have nearly always pulled out a number of kills or a strong performance, even the chicken dinner. Unicorns of Love and 4 Romanian Boys, along with Team Doom on that northwestern edge as the next circle is about to shift.
Yeah, it's going to go again on the middle, so another reasonable circle. I mean, somebody should trademark that because we don't see those happening so often. Anyway, LMV, they have the middle place and all the teams will have to approach, and I do have a feeling that this could be some pretty crazy rotations that we're going to see here now because so many teams will be trying to get on the small area, and we already have people stacking on the southern and the eastern and the western sides, and the north is going to be interesting as well, especially the compound that we saw TSC crashing into.
Plus that northwest chunk is in the field and nobody wants to go there, so that technically lowers the element of landmass the team will want to go to, which is going to cluster them up even further. Yes, the south of Ferry Pier, the roadside is in play, but that also comes with its own negatives because if the circle shifts up north in the next circle, you have to move across the road, and that's certainly going to be easier said than done. But Unicorns of Love make their way closer to the members of Team Doom, spreading across the line. Rokas has gone much further and is in a bit of a 1v1 against Super Young roster. He loses, he wins that one and he gets a kill for his side, and that creates a bit of an opening for a side to play on the underside of the hill and come in to the southwestern edge of the circle.
Yeah, meanwhile, Unicorns of Love, they will just decide to leave from that place. They don't want to like stay there for a longer time. Nice praise coming from Team Doom as Erangel gets some connecting shots from the vehicle. But I mean, Unicorns of Love, they just throw 2 nades inside of that compound and then they left at the same time. And now they will start the full-fledged fighting on top of that plateau on the southern side. Eastern side's going to be taken down. We can see 4 Romanian Boys getting some damage done towards these guys as well. They're shooting from the city, the town on the northern side. And that's going to be damage coming all the way to Team 2, which is currently actually taken down as a whole. A lot of shots coming mean, Unicorns of Love and also, of course, the 4 Romanian Boys, they make a huge difference on the fight. I think Unicorns of Love, they chose a proper side on that hill because, I mean, Romanian Boys, they only had an angle towards Team Doom.
Yeah, and that's the difference between Team Doom and Unicorns of Love in that moment is Unicorns of Love were a lot more proactive. Team Doom were reactive, and they paid the price massively. Yes, one of the Unicorns of Love players has gone down, Rokus losing his life, but the IGL should still be able to make some noise and communicate with the rest of his team as they traverse the hillside. LMV overlooking, you have Xtreme Slayers still on the northern Ferry Pier region. Game Lord just a little to the east of them.
Yeah, if the next circle will be going in the center as well, kind of like leaving both compounds, the 4 Romanian Boys compound and the TSC compound on the other side, I mean, the stage is definitely set for a huge individual plays because then there's no hard cover. We can most probably see a lot of people trying to jump with the vehicles on the backsides and, you know, making those aggressive moves. So I'm just waiting to what kind of an individual skill we can see on the last circles. It is promising.
It is definitely promising. Big have chosen to stay on the north. Yes, it's extremely flat. There are a number of hay bales and little ridges they're able to use to their advantage, and maybe they recognize that because most teams won't want to stay there, that they technically have more space around them to pick off the remaining teams. And hey, as the next circle does show up, it shifts down south. LMV couldn't be gifted a better circle. Now they need to do something with it.
I mean, now they have to put all the fighting masks and everything on because they are holding the best place on the circle. That is the trenches. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to crash on that place. So LMV, they have to be like, they need to be armed all the way till their teeth as Nexus tries to make a play towards TSC, and UB will take a huge amount of damage. That's going to slow them down a little bit at least.
These two teams have been here for quite a while as well, so now as the circle shifts away, they finally decide to fight, and Times picks up the kill onto Vodafone Giants. That's what I was talking about with Big. It may be a riskier part of the map when it comes to the flat hills terrain, but they were still able to do something with it because there's not as many teams around them. A knock onto one of the Nexus players is great for TSC in the protection of this compound in their sights. They will have to move out of this compound soon enough, as soon as they clean this fight up. Tam getting a beautiful knock underneath the truck.
It's a very good defensive from TSC there. We've got the flush is going to happen as well. Only Rana staying on that building, actually trying to leave from that, I think, towards the top of that hill and try to build it from there. TSC will be getting to the vehicles because they know that they will have to get inside. LMV on the trench location. Conqueror's going to be right there. The Slayers going to be connecting. They will go for the next situation. They have to battle all the way. There's no ending of this fight. Reeves coming from the side. Vito getting a knock. Jamas fighting Bujo at the same time. Lots of things are happening as we can see Jamas getting Bujo as a flush as well. And now we have only one player remaining for LMV, and that's going to be taken down as well. So that's the whole team taken down.
Yeah, it's them eliminated. A tiny bit of a third party at the very end for Game Lord to really seal the deal. And I said LMV had to do something with it. They had a brilliant area inside the circle, but sometimes that can be the case where when you have a brilliant area, everybody wants it. When you have multiple teams coming around you, that can be harder to deal with than you think. Nexus, they get taken out. It's just Vito and Reeves left up. Sorry, Vito and Jamas left up, should I say. Jamas takes a hell of a lot of damage, has to prone down in time. Only has a few bandages left in his backpack to pull off. While Game Lord are looking for this first place overall in the PMPL League stage. They lost it today. Can they reclaim it away from Big?
I mean, they have a strong position. There's only two guys from Conqueror anymore in this area, so Vito and Jamas, they're trying to hold that place. But Game Lord, they came here, they took the area, and now they can control it. So it's all about the next circle. Most probably it's going to be going towards the southern side. That's what, northern side. That's what I'm expecting. And there's actually going to go straight around Big. So they will have to leave from here. But the fight with Conqueror, one more knock happening. So Vito's going to be crawling, and just Jamas hiding on the smokes. One more point for Game Lord, and it is looking good for them. I mean, the entry towards the circle is good.
Yeah, I think they have probably the best position in the circle. If they can clear out Xtreme Slayers, then to me this could be a Game Lord chicken dinner for the final game of the PMPL League stage. Game Lord setting themselves up, a pre-nade here, pre-nade there, will slow Xtreme Slayers down.
Yeah, I think the 4 Romanian Boys, the location where they are currently coming from, that is not so highly noted, so that could be one possibility as well. They have a 4-man stack waiting there, and we know how they can sometimes like explode on the end game as well, so that could be a one thing as well. But it's so hard to call sometimes what's going to happen. And now when the Xtreme Slayers are kind of like setting up, I would not call it a camp, but anyway, some kind of shop they will set up on that's just right next to Game Load. That is definitely one thing that's going to be affecting Game Load's gameplay.
He got 7 points. That puts him on a total of 4-7-1, and that means that Game Lord need around 28 points in this game. So the chicken dinner and around 13-14 kills could get them first place in this PMPL League stage. Right now, they have 4. We have 18 teams left, in which 4 of them are Game Lords. That means they really need to clean up all of this lobby as Conqueror go down.
Yeah, that's going to be, of course, complicated cleaning up the lobby, because I think there's going to be so heavily third-partying happening, especially on the northern side when the fight is going to be moving on that scene. So it's going to be hard to secure all the kills. But anyways, Xtreme Slayers, like mentioned, they will make the entry towards Circle definitely more complicated for the Game Lord. They will try to fight with the Unicorns for floor, but at the same time, Spray is going to be coming, and Sigura is going to find pressure. Also for Romanian Boys, they are taking a more aggressive role from the northern side, actually spraying towards the Unicorns for floor, and they're going to be having some casualties as well. So this is going to be getting interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Unicorns love slow down a little bit too much and kind of pay the price, whether it's from Game Lord in the high ground on the other side or 4 Romanian Boys. That's going to be Unicorns love being taken out of this game. No doubt they've had an absolutely fantastic run across this final PMPL Super weekend, and they can hold their heads high in the lead up to the finals. 4 teams are left up. Hulls gets knocked to his knees. You have Muzzy trying to stay absolutely quiet. Bardo's cooking up that pre-nade. That could be a beautiful double knock. It will not get a knock on any of the players, and he's left on his own. A Game Lord clean it up. 8 kills in this game as we're left with our final 3 teams.
And they actually get away with the full stack. They don't lose anybody on those fights. They fought, I think, 3 or 4 different teams on that area in the end, and they lose nobody on that situation. Now the 4 Romanian Boys and TSC, they are having a battle on the north.
4 Romanian Boys looking to clean it up. Tam Tam's taken down. Jaja is left in his own. Redux Bot is driving around. Needs to be careful of the potential final third party. Making a lot of noise, like I said. Jaja steps up, takes a couple of shots. Now Velo has the LM3 in his hand. A hell of a fire rate on that weapon. Picked up from the crate drop. Doran finds TSC, and we're left with our final 2 teams.
A nice rotation from Game Lord at the same time, just moving there on the circle. All the craziness was happening around the 4 Romanian Boys, and now the 4 versus 4 ending. But the Game Lord, they have moved inside of the circle, and they do have the high ground. That is interesting.
They have the high ground, but I would argue having the low ground is a little bit more of an advantage. It all depends on how Game Lord wrap around this area and stop 4 Romanian Boys from entering at the right place. A lot of offensive smokes being thrown out from 4 Romanian Boys, much further away from where they stand, because they want to block Game Lord's vision.
Yeah, true. The smokes are going to do that, definitely. And now Game Lord, they're trying to flank. So we can see Novel, actually. Who else? Got to go towards the eastern side, and he might be finding the 4 Romanian Boys from the angle, which they're not expecting. The guys who are prone in there, I mean, they're not watching that direction at all, but he's going to be letting go from that situation, kind of like staying there, making sure that nobody will be flanking from the 4 Romanian Boys from that side, but will not go over-aggressive with the flank.
What 4 Romanian Boys did great is by throwing out those offensive smokes, they forced Game Lord to play a little bit more noisily. You saw Novello stand up, move around, and those steps can give a tiny bit of an audio indication to 4 Romanian Boys in which they'll be able to react once this phase 8 pops up. Victor starts to take a couple of shots. Seems like Game Lord have no real issues about making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams know exactly where they are. So, you know, they are not really giving any more information. Maybe they want to bait a little bit because the Game Lord having 2-2 splits, so they have 2 guys. I think it's the guys only on the western side who are making more sound, and the guys who are like more southern, they are throwing the nades, who are kind of like, you know, trying to leave themselves on the backsides of 4 Romanian Boys. That could be the play.
We're really dragging this final fight out, Copter. You can tell this is the final fight of the PMPL League stage. We don't want it to end. Either team technically doesn't want it to end, but they also at the same time want it to end.
Is there anything more beautiful than seeing 4 grown-up men crawling on the grass? I mean, that is the view that we have. 4 Romanian boys. Okay, they are not men; they are boys, boys to men, etc. But they're they're just crouching themselves, and now the battle seems to be starting.
Victor steps up, Prones back down. I see a flank from Exo Machine could prove to be absolutely glorious for 4 Romanian boys. Sarah is giving an element of support to Redox. A nade being thrown out. Doran steps up, takes a couple of shots. Prones back down. Another smoke offensively thrown out in the direction of Game Lord. Narvello on the side. This is a clean 4v4 in the final game of the PMPL League stage. And Exo Machine picks apart Victor. That is the opening. 4 Romanian boys need to take full advantage and confirm that kill, wipe it off, eliminate the information, and now move on forward. Spicy will be the only direct level of defense as 4 Romanian boys encroach closer and closer onto Game Lord. Is it going to be a Romanian chicken dinner or a French chicken dinner for the final day of the PMPL League stage? It's certainly looking like a Romanian one, and indeed that's going to be the case. That's going to be the win coming out, and that is going to be a 4 Romanian boys chicken dinner.
And that's going to be a huge amount of kills as well. 17 kills for 4 Romanian boys, so we cannot say that they just the chicken dinner definitely wasn't handed to them. They actually needed to fight a lot from it. We saw that on the last circle. Game Lord, they were, I wouldn't say chilling. They had their battle before that on the trenches, but Game Lord, they were like holding that more southern position as the 4 Romanian boys. They fought for TSC and all the other teams on the northeast corner, and they kind of like did it very well. I mean, they didn't lose anybody. Game Lord did the same. They didn't lose anybody on the trenches fight as well. So it is very impressive. I mean, just by itself that both teams actually managed to get 4 players on the end fight, because there was many things happening before that they could have easily lose like 1 or 2 players on the previous situations.
Yeah, Forte Formosa positioning from 4 Romanian boys throughout the whole game, and you correctly pointed out, Copter, I noted Game Lord's control and ability to really play into the late stages once they kind of helped to get rid of both Conqueror and LMV, and then finally Xtreme Slayers. But you really made that early note of 4 Romanian boys and where they held onto on that western side. They benefited from the fact that TSC maybe took not only a little bit too long to finish off Nexus, but then had to take out the last players from Big. But to me, both of those teams put on a hell of a show for the final game.
Yeah, and Imperium, do you see something? There's some strange small letters on the bottom of the screen. What are they? Can you please tell me?
No, that's not my phone number. That is a code that you can use to redeem in-game for a free parachute. The first 1,000 people to redeem that code in-game get yourself a free parachute. You can keep it for life. And not only a parachute, but a t-shirt as well. You want yourself a free t-shirt? Once again, put that code in-game to redeem it. The first 1,000 people get their hands on free gifts in-game, a parachute and t-shirt. What more could you want, Copter?
I don't know, I gotta go and check with my phone because I want to be typing those immediately in so that I will be one of those who will be actually getting that one. So, it's gonna be only the first people that's gonna be served, so the codes are not gonna be there. There's no enough prizes for everybody, so you have to be fast by getting that code. So get your phones right away and just type the code on in-game, and then you will be getting a small present from PUBG Mobile. But yeah, regarding still the what we spoke about the 4 Romanian boys, and then you mentioned that that they were holding that place. But the only reason, well, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why I did point that out, because that was the place where Tigos Sirens actually built the chicken dinner, which they got in Erangel. Was it like a last or the previous week before that? Of course, the circle was going more towards the fields, but they were like kind of holding that same south and west side before they made the jump and the attack, which gave them the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it was great recognition in that regard. We even saw them kick off this game with a really cohesive, clean fight against Chazmak. They've been there for a while once again, so they're able to at least be in that position of ready for a fight. But in the end, they just took out Chazmak as quick as they could. Big, I can't help but think that if Mihi had stayed alive, it might have been a little bit easier for them to control it a bit more towards the end game from the northern side of the map. And then we saw Unicorns Love just picking apart the members of Eastern Stars. And it's a narrative that we are really going to see come into play a lot more heavily in the finals. That battle with Unicorns Love really rising back up the ranks throughout this PMPL. And as all of the teams will have a clean slate in the finals, whether or not they can challenge and win the PMPL finals.
It will be very interesting to see what is actually happening on the finals. Like you said, clean slate. So a lot of the teams, I mean, they knew when they came to this third super weekend that they cannot be, getting on the top 5 of the leaderboard. They were just, trying to make sure that they will get on the finals. And now when they have a real chance of reset everything, not just the gameplay, but also the points, I'm very excited to see what is happening during the next weekend, because we can definitely see, I think we got to be seeing change on the strategies, we got to be seeing different kind of gameplay, and especially when you compare to the last game, which is quite often full madness, like we saw a lot of partying happening, third partying, fourth partying, fifth partying. So the finals, they will be definitely a completely different beast.
Well, the partying is nearly over in the PMPL League stage. A final game has finished the final round, but there's still the beautiful, fantastic, glorious analysts to break it all down right after this break.
And what a way for 4 Romanian Boys to close out our regular season here of the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. With that final chicken dinner closed out, that means we are done, and we'll be heading into the finals in about 4 to 5 days' time to kick off and find out who's going to be representing us when it comes to the European Regional Championship. Jason Kaplan still joined by Kalaris and Maxman, hopefully, as we start to break down that last game and obviously break down kind of the grand scope of things of how it will all work going into the future here in these, well, I guess in this next week, technically. But let's take a look at our match ranking, and then we'll start to talk about this one, because they did secure themselves the chicken dinner, like I said before, the extra $1,000, also quite a bit of kills. But we got to see how the other teams did, more importantly, around them. I mean, 17 kills is quite a way to end off.
What an absolute banger to close it off for 4 Romanian Boys. I mean, they were being so aggressive onto the western side. I love how they were playing that position. They were trying to get themselves into the circle, but they were very close quarter and tied up with Unicorns of Love. And their game plan was, let's go for a widespread, occupy the western side while also trying to get ourselves into the circle, and in the same time we'll still have a good angle to take down the entirety of Unicorns of Love. That was the game-winning move that 4 Romanian Boys pulled off and allowed them to get not only the 17 kills but the win off the back of that. That was just some of the best, if not the best game I've seen so far from 4 Romanian Boys. That was clutch.
It feels like they play better when it's a little bit more carefree. When they're like, there's not that much on the line right now. I mean, in that first week, there wasn't huge amounts on the line because you're just starting out. There's a long road ahead of you. And middle portion, it's like, where are we going here from here? Now they know that they've qualified on through. And it did feel like a bit more relaxed, but even less effort for them to be able to get this. So very, very impressive to see them kind of round out today the way they have.
Yeah, a little sad to see, excuse me, though, at 0 after the performance they had previously. But, it happens. Chazmak is well down to 0. But again, it doesn't really matter in the end, right, for them, because, yeah, they don't down a couple of points, but they're still into the finals. The PMGC points to qualify, the points to qualify into PMGC, I should say, is pretty set between quite a few, or a couple of different teams, I guess. But either way, like 3 games, Kalars.
Yes.
There's no sound to have 3 players in the same team that are top.
I mean, wow, yeah. I don't know, like, it's cool that all three of them are here or whatever, but like the vantage points that they have against all the other teams here, I'm like thinking about bigger picture when it comes to this game overall. And yeah, they were certainly in one of the better spots of everything to be able to greet people, fragging out, doing the business.
I wonder if our fourth player, if we had a fourth spot, would be as well for Romanian Boys. Would they make it all the way to the top? Who knows? But either way, still well done by 4 Romanian Boys. And again, to end things off on a high note for you to get yourself ready to go into the finals. There's still a long couple of days to go before they can be ready for that. However, there's a lot of preparation that needs to go into it. But hey, you got to be happy about that. I mean, extra $1,000 doesn't suck.
Yeah. I have the impression we're almost going back to almost week 1 results where these games, these wins from teams are big kill counts. Like we got ourselves a 17, we got ourselves almost a 17 kill game, chicken dinner 4 big earlier. Like the teams that get towards the top are getting a big portion of the kills today, just sucking them all up for themselves. So yeah, it's great from 4 Romanian Boys. I thought that the team that could potentially get a win here was Game Lord. They were very good at defending. They had a really strong spot towards the west of Longwood for a big portion of time. He got contested by, I believe it was Xtreme Slayers. There was also LMV at some point in time. They were very, very good at remaining as a 4-man team, and of course it came down to the 4v4. But I think that Game Lord and 4 Romanian Boys were the 2 strongest team in this game. Of course, Game Lord tried to get a little bit of a sneaky off angle, being on the high ground position of Longwood, but the circle was a little bit more in favor of 4 Romanian Boys, and they showed it towards the end.
Okay, well, let's like close the final chapter here on that last round and actually go into a result or a recap of what all happened today and who obviously took home their own chicken dinners, because we did have quite a few won by some different teams. You see Xtreme Slayers starting things off strong. Conqueror showing they still got it. Nexus as well. I mean, I think that's probably one of the most interesting wins we've had today, just because we see Dexter back in the lineup, and I'm really curious to see how well Nexus can play going into the finals.
It will be interesting. You're all right. I think that I still don't know if my hopes have peaked for them, even though Dexter, we see him back on the roster. But overall, just a very, very day. I'm surprised that like some of the teams may not have been able to round out a chicken dinner here. I'm still thinking about, you know, your Unicorns of Love, even big to a certain degree with the amount of damage they were able to put up throughout the day. But the fact that we see so much variance in who's getting the chicken dinners, again, it does show that the lobby as a whole has risen from strength to strength, which I think is a good omen for the rest of this roster.
I think that's been the story for PUBG Mobile for this last year. Maybe a little bit longer than that, like going back to PMGC. There's just so many damn good teams coming into the scene. So many teams coming in from your PMCOs, your PMNCs, your PMCCs, like everything leading up to this. And we've seen these breakout teams. Zeus from Mongolia, never would have heard of them. And they finished top 3 in PMGC. Like this is, it's phenomenal. And I'm glad we're seeing like the old dogs being challenged by the new pups.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about Zeus that haven't made him PMGC, so you don't want to don't bring that one back up. But yeah, it's true that any teams you talked about, also Class Digital Athletics last year, they were the big surprise, I would say, of the entire EMEA region, and going into PMGC, they did really well. So yeah, any team, even if you're a newcomer and you use these PMPLs as an experience, even if you don't make it into the finals, but you still made it this far, it is valuable experience you cannot replicate in community tournaments, in scrims, and I just hope that a lot of these teams are going to try and hopefully remain together, and the next season 3, 4, 5, wherever we go, they're going to try and stick together as much as possible.
Well, we've had some teams, or at least some players, insta quit after not qualifying. But you know what? We had it happen during PMGC as well. But gentlemen, it would not be a day, a PMPL, if we didn't have Floof. So it's time to take a look at the Floof financial forecast to see how much money the teams did earn in the Super Weekend and how much they can add on to their tally when it comes to the finals.
Yeah. So no 10 for Jason, but Game Lord as well as Eastern Stars ruling the roost. Speaking of Floof, where is she? She's been elusive today. I haven't seen her for a while.
She got in a fight with Laundry earlier, I think, from what I could hear through your microphone.
Oh yeah, maybe, yeah. She doesn't like any household chore. Is basically how I should phrase that. Yeah, if you're hanging up washing, nope. Drying your hair, nope. Doesn't like any of it.
He's my spirit animal.
Oh man. But when you look at it for Game Lord and Eastern Stars, the fact that you think about this entire event, and if Game Lord or Eastern Stars put themselves in first in the finals, they're taking home $16,000 in the entirety of this PMPL in a month. Like that is an insane amount of prize pool to take home in PUBG Mobile esports. So I mean, it's deserved. They've showed consistency throughout this league stage. If they can also top it off with a really good finals, man, they're going to be absolutely just raining in money. What I don't know where it was going.
Nice, Max. Nice.
They got the money, and that's important. Yes.
Good old Michael Scott. You know, sometimes you just start talking, not really sure where you're going until you get there. Okay, well, you know what, Max? I can bail you out of this. It's MVP time.
Oh, yes.
Oh. That is not going to bail me out of this one. That's going to make it worse, Jason. I'm not sure. What? Okay, I'm hearing a voice in my... I'm getting... I think someone's trying to help me right now.
Mr. Max over here. He's hearing voices.
Yeah, I think you need some help, Max.
Oh, Max, pick Max.
Okay, my MVP is going to be Vito. I think Conqueror had a really good games today, so we'll see how it goes. You guys can't hear a voice?
I think we need a debated face out of Max Man, but he locks in Vito, I guess. Okay. Interesting pick.
Interesting pick. You know what? The stars are aligning. I will also have to pick Vito for unknown reasons.
Oh, Christoph, you're killing me here. All right, let's just give them the victory. It's gonna be Vito,
Hey!
MVP.
Unknown reasons.
That's it all.
I was going to pick Vito beforehand. Before anyone told me anything. I swear I was going to go for it. But yeah, I mean, Conqueror, despite getting himself that one win, we saw Vito, we saw Reeves especially fragging out really well today. And it's good omen. Hopefully going into the finals, we hope that Conqueror can remain really strong because we said it, we had the prediction as to if they play that second Super Weekend, where would they be standing right now? We said they would be standing about top 5, even more if they actually got the points from those extra 15 games. So to make it into the EMEA Championship, Conqueror are aiming towards the top right now, and they can only be slowed down by the teams that hopefully are going to also aim for that top 5.
I'm going to own up. I had no clue who I was going to pick, Jason. So there you go.
Well, I can see in our communication chat with production that Maxman was asking who the MVP was.
Cheating again.
Just constantly cheating, Maxman.
I just can't win. I just can't win. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm trying my best here. Even when I try and guess right, I just get completely shut down. So yeah, thanks. Cool time.
Okay. Naughty. Here's redemption. here's the start of your redemption arc, Max is your new name. Okay, it's your winning name. It's your no longer cursing name. Who is our number 1 team at the end of our Super Weekends?
Oh, you mean in ranking? Yeah, Game Lord.
Ranking.
Yeah, it's got to be Game Lord. Still.
Production, you're killing me. All right, let's just see it.
It was going to be Game Lord anyway. We didn't need them.
Yes.
I really
trying to help us,
and then you got debated.
Oh, we got debated.
That speaks to insane consistency by Big, though. If you really think about the overall kind of weeks that we've had here, they didn't get that many chicken dinners relative to some of the lobby, but times and times, they're constantly getting podium finishes, top 5s, a lot of kills off the back of that as well. That is amazing by Big so far.
Yeah, kill leader of the entire lobby here. 224 total, not too far away from the 247 they got in placement points. I mean, as you said, there's only one thing to say about this team. Extreme consistency going into this, and I'm extremely impressed with how this team performed. I said at the very start, and I'm going to repeat myself on this point, but I was a little bit questioning how this team was going to do after that big split of the Team of Destiny from Season 1 into now Season 2. And really, I've taken my words back. I am impressed, and I hope that they can perform that well into the EMEA Regional Championship if they do make it that far, of course. But man, Unicorns of Love top 5 with 15 games less now. That is a catch-up for sure. That is insane.
Yeah, really well done by them. And again, that just leads us to wonder where would they have been if they played all Super Weekends? How much better could they potentially be if they did play as well? But if we talk about top 8s, we talked about Vodafone Giants. They didn't have a chicken dinner, but Xtreme Slayers making their debut in top 8 with only 1 chicken dinner. So if we talk about how, Big have been playing really consistent, to be fair, so have Xtreme Slayers, even though they're down by about 149 points.
Still things to iron out for them. I mean,
59 points.
All right. I think ultimately, I had my doubts about Xtreme Slayers as well. The first win that they got at the beginning of this entire tournament, I was like, okay, yeah. They were a little bit handed this win. They didn't really have to take too many fights and stuff like that. They've definitely improved, though, during their time throughout these weeks so far. So I still do think they'll end up being middle of the pack when it comes to the finals, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying to take their destiny in their own hands way more often than what we saw at the start. You said the first game they was handed to them. Now they're actually chasing circles a little bit more, trying to take some risks from time to time, and it pays off here. Top 8 at the last game, definitely a big step up from Xtreme Slayers.
So, Cars, I think in general I would agree with you, but one thing stands out to me from last season. La Nostra MVP, I feel like they were sitting towards the bottom of the table for majority of the time, and then they go into finals and place top 3. That was pretty crazy. I mean, remember,
coming home.
Well, you know what? Exquisite Decode will be playing in the finals, even though they didn't make it into the third Super Weekend. We can see Vodafone Giants have held on as well. And Nexus getting closer to Team Doom, even with less games played. But yeah, I honestly feel like it's really anyone's kind of game when it comes to the finals. I think we do have our set teams that we expect to do well. But again, it's just 3 days of play. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that's exactly what Blank was talking about. I think it was the second game at some point brought it up, saying that when you see all these teams, they all had at some point in time a very strong performance. You can even talk about SKP, how the last few games of the third league play to qualify in the Super Weekend, they had a very strong result. And it's not a marathon anymore, now it's a sprint. If you have just those really good amount of results in just the 3 days of finals, you could make it to the EMEA Regional Championship and you could try and qualify into the PMGC. So it's anyone's opportunity to make it that far. So I literally, we got of course some favorites going into it, but even teams like Super Young Roster, we saw big things. Chasmac Gaming improving a lot towards the end. Top 5, I could tell you potentially 3 teams that could make it up there. The 2 others, it could be anyone.
Yeah, definitely indeed. And we can see our gap now. SKP have been officially eliminated, down by just about 52 points, if I can do quick maths correctly. Unfortunate, because again, like you said, Max, we got to see SKP like really show up when it came to the third Super Weekend, but not able to maintain that form across all Super Weekends is obviously how you determine, you know, the consistent teams versus the teams who can't really match up to that when it comes to these marathon tournaments.
Yeah, they just show that they are indeed worthy of being in this type of event. Of course, you need to have 4 teams that are not going to be making it. Happens to everyone, and unfortunately they were in the bottom 4 teams that didn't make it. So we'll see them potentially next season. There's going to be PMCO, there's going to be PMNC, so we'll definitely see a little bit more of the players for sure, especially we want to see more of Hamodi later on. But I am happy for Champions Club. Once again, big props to this team that despite being down as a 3-man roster from the very first day of play, actually tried their best to play every single game. So for that, I think that they deserve a big round of applause and support, because a lot of teams potentially would have just given up, but they didn't. So yeah, that's great.
Okay, gentlemen. Time for redemption here, and hopefully production doesn't spoil it. You try to guess our MVP of the day. Can you guess our MVP of the entire league? I.e. the Super Weekends.
Just Super Weekends.
Well, the question is, has Narvalo done enough in the Super Weekend to stop Michi from catching up?
Missed. Oh, damn, that's close.
I think Mihi might have overtaken him, so I'm going to go Mihi.
And I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to go as Narvalo. We'll stick with the Game Lord, boys. Let's go.
Are you sure, Max, man?
Don't make me doubt. I always doubt myself. You don't need to make it worse for me, Jason, okay? Narvalo, I'm committing, okay? No!
You'll never win, Max! Run away with the money.
I would love to see how close it is, though, because it must be close. But yeah, I mean, deserve for me. I think Beast might also be in the top 3 players because of that extreme consistency we mentioned time and time again. But yeah, as always, if one thing is consistent, is me being wrong on guessing who the MVP is.
That's correct.
There you go. I'm the most consistent player in this entire PMPL. Look at that, yeah.
What I didn't disclose to you, though, is actually the person who guesses that correctly gets a brand new 1+9.
You know, I'm only here with a 1+8T, Jason. You know, I need that upgrade more than anyone. So no, I'm fine. It's fine.
Okay, you give it to me then. So I believe they wanted to look at a head-to-head here between Narvalo, as you expected, Maxman, and Mihi, and we can see damage is quite a big difference in this.
Yeah, the damage actually is it's a big difference make onto this one. Kills he has more, but the damage in general is definitely Mihi being up there. And that's mainly down to, once again, the extreme consistency, them surviving long into the games, having more opportunities to take fights. So I'm not really too surprised seeing the damage is the difference maker in that one. So yeah, I mean, heads up and congratulations to Mihi here, and we'll see if he can try and remain on top heading into the finals. But seeing what we've seen from so far, I think that Mihi will remain on top at the end of the finals.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure working with you guys, but it is time to end off the show, because you know what? In about 5 days' time on Friday, we'll be back for some more action. It's going to be the finals kicking off here between these 16 teams. We're going to find out which ones will represent us when it comes to European, I don't know where I got with that one, regional championship, where we'll determine which teams get into PMGC. Shut up, Maxman. I'm the host here. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for tuning in. We'll see you Friday at the same time for some more PUBG Mobile action. No,